Communication Skills Development, Mastering the Art of Effective Interpersonal Communication. Written by Ward Newman. Published by Audiobook Nexus.
Introduction. It's one of the most vital skills to have, yet you won't learn it in school. Although there are very few teachers on this critical subject, everyone must go through the learning process and pass exams multiple times during their careers. There are no TV shows about it, despite the fact that it is used by everyone, everywhere, all the time. A species' survival is determined by its quality, and the better animals or tribes master it, the more powerful they become over others. It is automatic and unnoticed for the majority of people for most of their life. Effective communication is precisely what makes humans the dominating species on this blue world. Speech is supposed to be silver, but silence is gold. Nonetheless, few will deny the immense power of words, whether spoken or written. In my perspective, most people's lives are ruined by a lack of communication skills. You will have trouble in your intimate and familial connections if you do not know how to communicate correctly. You will be ineffective at work and in business circumstances. On a daily basis, managing staff or getting what you want from your boss or clients will be difficult. Overall, I'd say that successful communication is like motor oil that keeps your life running smoothly and gets you where you want to go. There are very few areas of life where you can achieve in the long run if you lack this critical skill. Obviously, other elements influence the quality of your career. Knowledge, an extensive network of connections, experience, professional approach, correct education, relationships, soft skills, self-confidence, emotional intelligence, and other areas. It is obvious that all of your investments in communication quality, in raising standards, learning new abilities or patterns, and taking it to an entirely new level lead directly to improvements in your self-confidence, soft skills, career, relationships, and overall life quality. Have you ever thought about how many times you intuitively believed you might have lost something significant or crucial simply because you said or did something that irritated someone? Perhaps it was an unpleasant word, an incorrect formulation, an unsuitable joke, a forgotten name, a massive misconception, an embarrassing chat, or a peculiar tone of your voice. Perhaps you assumed you knew exactly what a certain idea meant to another person and stopped asking questions. Perhaps you asked so many questions that you effectively began an interrogation. Perhaps you were unable to listen attentively or to remain silent for a brief period of time. How many times have you tried and failed to accomplish something? Negotiate better terms, or beg for a promotion. It's time to put an end to that with the help of this book. Personally, I have struggled with accurate and effective communication throughout my life, notably during my childhood, adolescence, and early college years. On the one hand, people generally liked me. I had a lot of good friends and was a gregarious kid. On the other hand, I can't tell you how many times I failed really important exams in my life because I couldn't send precise messages. Listen carefully. Perceive what others were saying to me without making judgments, or adjust what I wanted to say so my colleagues could understand what I really meant. Too many times, I missed out on second dates with girls I liked because I didn't know when to shut up, quit being funny and cool, and just listen instead. I unintentionally upset a few really strict teachers or professors since I couldn't see the world or a particular situation through their eyes, which obviously resulted in really difficult times for me, both in lessons and during exam sessions. I had no idea how to cope with my parents and relatives during fights and conflicts, and how to keep business ties. And I was even fired twice due to my poor communication skills and lack of intuition in dialogues. I almost struck rock bottom at one time. I lost my work, my health was failing. I ended a long-term relationship, spent my savings to make a few terrible investments, and ended myself in a genuine mess. That's when I vowed myself, I'd learn from my mistakes, gather myself, and bounce back. I kept my word. My self-improvement adventure began. It blew up, and I never stopped striving for self-improvement. I began reading tons of books and watching tons of DVDs on a variety of disciplines that I resolved to master in a few years. Sales, entrepreneurship, soft skills, meditation, emotional intelligence, Eastern philosophy, NLP. One of the critical subjects was verbal communication. In this book, I will share with you the most critical lessons I learned along the way, so you don't have to make the same costly mistakes I did. I learned the hard way so that you don't have to. People's most basic form of communication is verbal communication. It comes in two varieties, oral and written. The effectiveness of the former, on which I'm focusing in this book, though not exclusively, you'll also learn about nonverbal communication, is primarily influenced by a sender's fluency of speech and skill set, accentuation of specific parts of a message, confirmation from a receiver, and paraphrasing of the received information to ensure that the true intent was understood correctly. When I referred to verbal communication skills, I mean certain competencies such as knowledge, talents, and attitude. On top of that, experience allows for the use of successful communication patterns. To put it simply, only by using knowledge and exercising specific abilities while maintaining the proper mindset can you improve the quality of your communication skills. As an indicator, quality is unlimited. Simply said, if you continue to concentrate on improving your communication abilities, you will be consistently improving the quality of your profession, relationships, social skills, and overall life. There are few boundaries to what you can study and how much you can improve your social connections. There is only one requirement. Every day, you should ask yourself, what can I do better, more efficiently, differently, and more effectively? Every day, it will make you consider the efficiency of both the strong and weak parts of your communication. Throughout this process, you must be both honest and patient with yourself, especially when dealing with faults that you are aware of. You're wasting your time if you decide to delude yourself. On the other hand, you must quit criticizing yourself. It will simply obstruct your thinking and lead you astray. You should be mindful of one thing in particular. We as humans are frequently the toughest critics of ourselves. So if you keep asking yourself, what did I do wrong? You will undoubtedly open Pandora's box in your own mind. When you ask yourself a question in this format, you are stifling rather than growing and stimulating your mindset. So, once again, the question you should be asking yourself all the time isn't, what did I do wrong? What can I do even better, more simply, differently, and more effectively to improve my communication with other people? It is critical that you regularly assess your communication style and pay attention to communication patterns. You must become aware of these factors and find motivation to focus on your personal growth in order to improve the quality of your life. The first steps in this path are awareness and motivation, knowledge of your strengths and weaknesses, what to improve, what not to do, and what to show. The bad news is that only you can figure these two things out. Nobody else can help you. The good news is that, whether you like it or not, everything you learn in this book pertains to your daily life. You have the ability to change things for the better. So, if you decide to take on the challenge and invest your time and energy in improving your communication abilities, you have just made the first step toward a completely different way of life. Stay persistent, and you'll be surprised at how quickly and easily you can accomplish tasks that seemed out of reach only a short time ago. Before we begin, let me explain the difference between verbal communication, what we say plus when, why, and how we say it, and body language and nonverbal communication. A little debunking on verbal versus nonverbal communication. Most people who attend interpersonal communication skills, negotiation, or influence training have certainly heard at some time that the way we speak accounts for 38% of overall communication. Spoken content, what we talk about, accounts for 7%, and body language accounts for 55%. Perhaps you've seen it on TV or read about it on the internet. Albert Mehrabian released the results of 2 surveys in 1967. Based on these findings, he devised the proportions of communication elements outlined above. Most individuals are unaware that the results of Mehrabian and his team's poll were generalized and simplified. They recruited a group of people for their experiment in order to compare 2 aspects of communication: the influence of tone of voice on the verbal message and the relationship between facial expressions and the method of speaking. These proportions were calculated by combining the results of both comparisons, which is one of the points of contention. Other critics point out that the group was made up entirely of women, that there was only a fragmented focus on the relationships between words and facial expressions, and so on. Mehrabian's survey investigated the relationship between verbal and nonverbal communication while expressing opinions, displaying feelings, and displaying attitudes, with the goal of determining how each of these elements influences a positive reception of a speaker, seeing a speaker as a friendly versus unfriendly person. In summary, the scheme states that the sympathy factor has the following proportions: 7% content plus 38% verbal message, soft skills, use of language, rate of speech, etc., plus 55% body language. All literal readings of this graph can easily be understood as overstatements. There have been numerous claims that 7% for content is just too low. However, this is not the survey's major message. What is the point of this experiment if the proportions themselves are not accurate and significant? It emphasized the notion that good communication consisted of 2 interdependent components: verbal and nonverbal communication. The 7%, 38%, 55% guideline can be viewed as a metaphor for good and efficient communication, which must include both verbal and nonverbal components that are integrated in a smart and coherent manner. Lack or inaccuracy of both verbal and nonverbal messages will essentially restrict communication efficacy and accurate message reception. Nonverbal communications have a significant impact on verbal message comprehension and reception. The proportions defined in this experiment are not fixed. They can alter depending on the context of communication, such as a talk between 2 persons in a business meeting, casual chatter between 2 friends, telephone conversations, and so on. They are based on the examination of facial expressions in relation to the entire spectrum of nonverbal communication. Postures, gestures, changes in skin tones as a result of emotions, outer appearance, and so on. Nonverbal communications, which are generic, supplement verbal messages. Nonverbal communication is imprecise, but verbal communication is precise. Therefore, only the right use of both of these characteristics will determine the total quality of communication. Effective communication is characterized by consistent nonverbal messages, tone of voice, facial expression, posture, gestures, and so on. Communication is truly effective when these 2 parts are in sync. Now that we've covered everything, let's get started on learning how to improve your life. Chapter 1. How do our mental filters work? Every piece of information that enters our surroundings passes via the mental filters that we all have. Recognizing their existence is the first step toward improving your approach and attitude. The most effective way to achieve a positive revolution in your personal progress is to shift your attitude and perspective. How does it function exactly? Your first filter is comprised of all of your senses. They already ignore certain aspects of reality. When you see the world around you, you are constrained by the way the human brain is built. You cannot see gravity, sound waves, infrared light, UV waves, radio waves, Wi-Fi, microwaves, radiation, or other physical phenomena with your naked eye. You don't view reality as it is. What you perceive is really your brain's interpretation. You have most likely seen this illustration at some point. A well-known image. Which is better, duck or rabbit? Both answers may be correct depending on who is looking at the image. When I was 5 years old, I could just make out the duck. It all relies on the angle and distance from which you are seeing, your expectations, and the mental filters through which your mind is currently operating. What about this image? Who is he? Marilyn Monroe or Albert Einstein? You can see both depending on the illumination, the distance from which you are looking, the condition of your vision, your expectations and mental filters, and how wide your eyelids are open. Do you see where I'm heading with this? We are unable to see reality objectively. To be honest, your perspective on the world may be far from accurate. Perhaps other species' brains see a more accurate reflection of reality. Perhaps a dog's brain is closer to perceiving the true nature of the universe than a human's, despite the fact that it sees things completely differently. We have no evidence that our species views the world as it truly is, despite the fact that we can't see, hear, feel, or sense even a tiny fraction of what many animals can. Other filters are acquired through our daily lives. These are the events that shape your personality from birth, in addition to the values that have been instilled in you for many years by your parents, friends, education system, and the rest of society. There are your goals and aspirations, but most importantly, your worldview. They shape how you perceive the world, your own life, opportunities, and connections with others. If you feel the world is cruel and insidious, you will act as if it is the absolute and only truth. It will provide you with a variety of unpleasant emotions and experiences. If you believe that the world is a lovely and beautiful place full of kind people, your thoughts, emotions, self-talk, relationships, and entire life will be transformed. Every belief causes specific behaviors. Assume for a moment that you believe every human being is a liar out to take advantage of you. With such a belief, picture how you would act at a new firm with new co-workers or when negotiating a new business contract. Change the filter and state, you honestly feel that people enjoy making new acquaintances and that everyone possesses something unique. What will your behavior be like then? What difference will it make if you drastically alter only one of your beliefs? Only by consuming stimulants will you be able to change the way your sensory filters work. By intoxicating your brain, you alter its perception of reality. You've probably noticed that after a few beers, the world appears to be completely different until the awful morning. The most essential part is that you may quickly adjust the behavior of your second group of filters, mental filters. You can alter how you refer to your prior events. You can alter your expectations for the future. You may alter your perceptions of the environment around you and of other people. You can even alter your firmly held principles and personal statement. These changes have the greatest and most significant impact on your emotions, habits, and communicational behaviors. They enable you to penetrate deeply into your awareness and actually transform yourself. Rather than changing specific habits, you might begin by modifying your ideas. Many individuals in this world, maybe the majority, hold ideas that not only do not benefit them but also harm them and prevent them from experiencing true happiness and fulfillment. A different perspective on the world entails an entirely different manner of existence. Remember to have a pair of mental glasses on your nose at all times. These glasses can be black and make you unhappy, but they can also be vibrant and make your life more passionate and easier. Chapter 2. A map does not represent actual terrain. As you may have gathered from the first few chapters of this book, each human has their own map of reality, which is not the true truth. Understanding this concept will open up a world of development opportunities for you. You will begin to see the world and your connections with others in new ways, more deeply and realistically. What exactly is a reality map? It is nothing more than a mental reflection of our surroundings. As I previously stated, you do not see the world as it is, but rather via a set of filters, experiences, senses, beliefs, and values. All of these factors contribute to your particular subjective map of reality. Our minds are pushed to select critical information from a large variety of inputs, and each human has a unique algorithm for selecting the most significant information. As a result, it is difficult to perceive the objective world. Filtered reality, all stimuli from the outside world have been carefully chosen. When you embrace and comprehend
You'll eventually realize that
every person on this globe has a unique set of life experiences, beliefs, values, and expectations. When various people interpret the same information, their interpretations may be radically different. There is no such thing as objective truth. Everyone is correct according to their own world map. Let me offer you a few examples to help you understand the concept. What does this kind of comic book represent to you? What exactly does that word signify to you? The word comic certainly has a very emotional significance for a manga aficionado, and it quickly brings a grin to their face. It could be one of the most significant words in their lives. Someone else's definition of a comic book could be a stack of paper worth next to nothing. Both people have different maps of the world, and it may be difficult for the second person to understand the otaku's map of reality. They could fight for hours about whether manga comics are fascinating and exciting or stupid and boring, but it makes no sense. Someone might be willing to pay outrageous prices for a single odd picture. An ancient automobile, that hardly works. A postage stamp, a book so old that you can't even read it or anything else. Another might be wondering for weeks, what's so wonderful about a 17th century copper fork when a new one costs pennies? Who is correct? They are both of them. They simply have distinct mental filters. Here's another one. Has one of your coworkers ever heard anything completely different from what you had in mind? It's happened to me several times, and I've never understood why. It turns out that the same message can have an entirely different interpretation for each individual. The word love might evoke feelings of fantasy in one person while eliciting anguish and negative emotions in another. As a result, you should always choose your communications carefully and take your colleague's reality map seriously. Here's another example. A flight from France to the United States has been canceled due to severe fog. What is going on at the airport? More than a dozen individuals rejoice because they now have an extra day to enjoy this wonderful country. Some people feel absolutely apathetic. Nothing awful happened to them, but they are unsure what to do or how their families will respond. Another group is desperate. They have significant business meetings in the United States in a few hours. Some others may be enraged because this would be their second canceled flight in 2 weeks. The same occurrence, but with different persons, maps, and reactions. Maps in action. I believe you can already tell what this is about. The question is, how exactly can you use this? First and foremost, you should recognize that the way you live and whether you believe your life is good or bad is solely dependent on the type of maps of reality you have. Most happy people are not happy simply because pleasant things happen to them all the time. Like some other individuals, I am continually frustrated, and not simply because I keep running into sad and awful things. It happens because joyful individuals, like frustrated people, filter their world in a specific way. If you believe that the world is a nasty and unhappy place, you will feel that way all of the time. Because you can't focus on everything at once, you'll limit your sense of reality to the negative aspects of your life and won't be able to see all the positive things that happen to you. You will filter the positive emotions out on your own. Having stated that, let me tell you something really essential. There is a temporal lag between the incident and the reaction. Between, for example, someone saying something hurtful to you and you respond. Do you wish to know what happens throughout that period? Do we pause to consider we should respond? It depends. Sometimes we don't give our responses any thought. Do we pause to reflect on what has just occurred? Maybe, but what always happens is that we pause and consider who we are. It can happen in a fraction of a second, either consciously or subconsciously. The way we react to this situation simply reflects who we believe we are. We have a tendency to believe that we say and do things to other people because they have done something to us. But that is not the case. It has absolutely nothing to do with what occurred. What other people do and say to us has nothing to do with us. As a result, we must remember that everything we say and do reflects who we think we are and what we believe. What other people say to you is about them. Everything you say is about you. It displays your personality. It all comes down to how we perceive events and reality. There were times in my life when I would react neurotically
After I began
either
working on
aggressively
myself,
or passively,
my
blaming
self-confidence
myself
and
for
list
not
of
fitting into
accomplishments
other
grew.
people's perceptions of me.
and I obtained a
Whenever
completely
someone was
different
mean to me
and new self-perception.
saying, for example,
Now that I'm
when
too
someone
skinny,
is nasty
too
to me,
pale, I mainly don't
too
care.
short,
Depending
untalented,
on the
or that
context
I'll
and
never
situation,
amount to
everything
anything
simply
people
ignore
say
it,
to you has no
just
meaning,
as one would
unless
ignore a
you
little
give it meaning.
silent fruit fly
I've
on
read
the other
3
side of the
novels
room.
about people who escaped Nazi concentration camps and Soviet gulags during World War II. Despite the fact that they were tortured inhumanely and viciously, and that their tormentors attempted to suffocate their desire to live at every opportunity, what all of these people had in common was that they did not respond as these things were occurring to them. They answered in an entirely different manner, revealing their true identity. These novels ended with a moving and eye-opening quotation from an extermination camp survivor's hidden diary, which was later discovered by American soldiers. "It's my 86th day at the camp," wrote a 20-year-old Polish girl. "I probably dropped approximately 20 kilograms. I can see every single bone in my body. And I have bruises on every centimeter of my body, but I'm still here, which makes me very glad. I also shared my cup of grass soup with a hungry young Jewish child. And the Nazis were unconcerned. I was looking at Nazi soldiers today. They are watching us from behind these metal bars, poor people. If I'm behind the jail, so are they. We can't go and they can't either until their pointless task is completed. They think we're the only ones caught in this dungeon of silly human pride and self-conceit. In all 3 books, these people, a Polish girl, a Russian soldier, and a Dutch Jewish professor, performed the same thing to build their barrier against hell. They separated what had happened to them from how they viewed the circumstance. That is why, regardless of faith, the biblical tale of Jesus Christ is so powerful to so many people. According to the Bible, Jesus was tortured, humiliated, spat on, kicked, forced to carry his heavy cross, and crucified, yet he never behaved as if this was happening to him. He acted as the person he felt he was, God's Son. Whether you are religious or an agnostic, you should see the eternal truth underneath these stories and apply it to your daily life. This shift in thoughts or perspective on your experiences will help you to filter reality in an entirely different way. The idea that a map does not represent actual topography is tremendously useful in social interactions and relationship building. Now, Before you condemn someone's behavior, understand that it stems from a different map of that person's world. If you want to build a solid relationship with someone, then learn about their map and then try to sympathize with it. You will have a much better understanding of their emotions, needs, behaviors, and experiences. This principle also demonstrates that demonstrating your point is frequently futile. In the past, I felt compelled to debate with others about who was correct. I tried to present them with solid explanations and real evidence, but I couldn't help but wonder how someone could be so incorrect about something. In truth, it was like if I had a map of New York and they had a map of Los Angeles, and we would spend hours debating whether the port was to the west or to the south of the map. Consider how much energy you wasted in your life on such futile debates. Now that you understand that everyone has their own map of the world and perceives reality through different lenses, it should be much easier to comprehend why there is rarely such a thing as objective truth and being completely correct about something. Everyone is correct in their own model of reality, and if you want to enhance your communication abilities, you must think about it seriously. After all, you can say, "Okay, the harbor is in the west on my map, but it's in the north on yours. It makes no difference because we have different maps. Let's all work together to find the appropriate map so we can finally find the dang harbor." Remember that there are as many maps of reality as there are people on the planet. Make your map as useful to you as possible, and respect other people's maps without forcing them to use yours. This is a key notion in family therapy, communication psychology, neuro-linguistic programming, and many other schools of psychology, sociology, and social dynamics. Later in this book, in chapters like Rapport, The Art of Excellent Communication, Metaprograms, and Metamodel, I will explain more about this concept and how to apply it in practice. Chapter 3. The 8 most important questions to ask yourself. Before we go on to the verbal communication tools, let us first consider the most fundamental guidelines and critical knowledge about the qualities of an excellent communicator, emotional intelligence, and the proper approach to the communication process. 1. Is what you're saying feasible? The first criterion is that anything you say must be possible to realize. Otherwise, the spoken message cannot be delivered and makes no sense. Allow me to explain. When you hear, "Forget about the number 4," or "Don't think about anything green," you can't do it since forgetting is an impossible process. You can't suddenly forget about something in a second. On demand, can you? Such a command has the opposite effect. A person thinks more about what they are intended to forget, reinforcing the information they want to delete or the behaviors they want to quit. Do you notice a pattern here? It's similar to the sandbox and playground remarks that parents frequently encourage their children. Be nice, or any other adjective. Because it is impossible not to be when you are living, the verb to be is impractical. This concept is difficult for a child to grasp, which irritates both the child and their parent. Instead of using broad terms, describe the problem in detail and ensure that a constructive action may be taken to provide a tangible, physical consequence. 2. Is what you say perfectly formed? Be nice, behave. You had better motivate yourself. Can you figure out what these sentences mean? No, they lack precision and hence can be understood in a variety of ways. In fact, it nearly guarantees that your message will be delivered well beyond your expectations. Instead of saying something meaningless like, "Be nice," tell your child exactly what you expect, such as, "Put the car on the shelf, where the other toys are." Instead of saying, "Behave yourself," say, "Speak more quietly, please." Do not expect motivation from anyone because it provides no solutions and does not point to anything specific. Instead, advise them to straighten their back, speak loudly, and discuss a specific objective or situation that makes them eager and excited. Rule number 2 is that whatever you say must be clearly formulated. 3. Is what you say positive in nature? Assume you ask someone if they want something to drink or if they want to have a coffee. The short answer is no. You propose tea, and the response is the same. Orange juice? No. Glass of bourbon? No. How long will it take you to become irritated? Negation is reactive. It applies to the currently existing reality without creating a constructive future, leaving the person you're discussing with no way to solve the situation. It has a particularly harmful impact on little children. They are unable to develop a proactive attitude for seeking solutions in themselves by hearing what they are not supposed to do. It is because our brain does not understand negations. A proposition not to think about pink elephants will fail since the brain will process what you hear, despite the negation. When someone says, "I don't want to get at you," but you'll know they're probably trying to get at you. Rather than telling your staff, "Don't respond to a customer that way," explain how you want that individual to answer. Rule 3. Anything you say must be positively phrased. 4. Are you conversing with others or with yourself? Understand it. Know what? I'm talking to you. You get it. You feel me. Other people cannot comprehend you in the way you want to be understood since only you can do so. No one can be held responsible for other people's mental and emotional processes since, in the end, you decide what you think and how you feel regardless of whether your interlocutor, one who participates in a dialogue or conversation, activates and stimulates it or not. Other people may not always grasp what you mean or feel you in the way you want them to because of different mental filters. They can comprehend what you say depending on how they process it, as well as how they feel and interpret it through their own cognitive filters. If you can honestly and deeply understand yourself, which can be difficult, when you know what you want to convey and how you feel, communicating your message to the other person will be not only doable, but also simple. The 4th rule is to always remember to take responsibility for yourself. 5. Is your statement a mind reading or a description of quantifiable facts? I see you're depressed. No, you can see tears in my eyes. I was chopping an onion. I already know what you're going to say. No, you don't. You're just repeating what I said in a similar situation the last time. This photo suggests you weren't very happy back then. No, visuals do not communicate. You simply interpret them in this manner and then apply your interpretation to the image. It is an attribution error. Images cannot talk. And a projection bias, believing that what we believe about reality is equal to what our interlocutor believes. In truth, understanding mental processes correctly is quite tough. Psychology has never produced clear solutions to issues, such as the reliable reading of body language, and in most cases, it is nearly impossible in everyday conversation and normal conditions. The case persists even after extensive CIA training, regardless of what you watch on your favorite crime, drama TV show. It is also believed that the majority of email communication or online chat communication is distorted, which means that the receiver's reception of a message is usually different than the author's goal. Have you ever gotten into a fight because you forgot to include a smiley emoticon or an abbreviation? For example, IMHO. The depiction of facts has an objective nature, and treating your own judgment as an objective account of reality frequently results in numerous disagreements. You look nervous. No, I am not. Don't tell me you aren't. I see you are. What is your point? I just told you, I'm not worried. Why are you reacting to me in this manner and raising your voice? What's the matter with you? For God's sake, I already told you. I am not nervous. Stop being so angry and shouting at me. And so it goes. Remember the fifth guideline of conscious communication. Instead of attempting to read minds, always describe measurable facts. 6. Does what you say accurately express how you feel, or does it attack your interlocutor? Offending your interlocutors frequently activates defense mechanisms in them, allowing them to defend their self-image. Telling your partner you don't love me will almost always result in the negation. It's not true. I love you. Retaliation. Then you always jump at me, and eventually conflict escalation. Here we go again. How many times can you invent problems that do not exist? When are you going to quit acting like a young boy or girl? Rather than assaulting your interlocutor, it is more useful to tell them about your own feelings, which are educational and enlightening, while also protecting your interlocutor's integrity and self-image. In the preceding example, instead of saying, "You don't love me," a much more effective and smarter message might be, "Yesterday, when you said I looked bad in that dress, I felt very sad." It is worth explaining if the interlocutor asserts, they did not have it in mind. I understand, and I'm pleased your goals differed. Nonetheless, that is how I understood it. Could you say it differently next time, for example? This sixth rule will spare you from unwanted arguments, interpersonal troubles, and time and energy waste. Remember to always express your emotions without criticizing or insulting your interlocutor. It'll only lead you astray. 7. Is what you say about a person or their actions. Our perceptions of others are always generalized, and they are frequently reduced to a common denominator. It's always some type of appraisal, and whether it's favorable, "You are very smart," or negative, "You are so stupid," it always creates a distorted and unreal picture of our interlocutors in their, and frequently our, minds. It's unbelievable since everyone has moments when they act really intelligently or extremely stupidly. Furthermore, it is always subjective because there are no 100% objective criteria for brilliance and stupidity. Even complex IQ and EQ tests or extremes like the Darwin Awards cannot be judged objectively in all circumstances. These fake or biased images foster a specific form of biased self-esteem or self-doubts, and the message itself describes the external world for your interlocutor, even if biased, making any alterations difficult. What exactly do I mean? For example, if someone doesn't appear to be very intelligent and has never been very wise in many aspects of life in your opinion, you can't truly transplant their brain, can you? However, you can refer to their behaviors, which, unlike inborn abilities or personality traits, are relatively straightforward to modify. Furthermore, it is considerably more difficult to insult someone when solely referring to their behavior. Instead of saying, "You are stupid," say, "When you go to meet with your client the next time, please read much more about their company so you really know what you are talking about." Okay? Instead of saying, "You are so intelligent," offer, "When you expressed your opinion about that book yesterday, it was so immersive and well-detailed, you really inspired me to read it." Rule number 7 advises us to communicate our thoughts on specific acts rather than on people in general. 8. Do your words have hidden meanings? "Honey, weren't there any prettier dresses in the shop?" is a derogatory criticism criticizing that particular outfit, or, more usually, the person wearing it. "And what do you think, for God's sake?" does not imply that you want to know other people's thoughts. Rather, it expresses your own frustration. Messages with double meaning, in which the told content differs from the true speaker's objectives, reduce adult interlocutors' confidence, and are not comprehended by most children. Because it is impossible to develop a relationship without trust. The more direct and straightforward your words are, the more likely it is that what you want to send will be received properly and positively. Of fact, direct does not imply harsh or explicit. Social correctness, emotional intelligence, empathy, and sensitivity must all be considered. So, the 8th guideline is to state what you want to convey directly. Implementing all of the preceding rules necessitates systematic practice and attentiveness. Some of the most basic communication errors. For example, telling your children or employees what they shouldn't do instead of what they should do, or sending vague, bland messages devoid of any real meaning, are so common that despite their dysfunctionality, they are perceived as normal by most people. Fortunately, any ability can be trained, and the best plan is to devote at least 1 week to one of these obstacles or dysfunctionalities. As soon as you show improvement, move on to the next one, and so on until all of the rules have been followed. The number of misunderstandings and disputes will undoubtedly be reduced. Chapter 4. How to express anger and avoid conflicts. Both rage and anger are destructive and creative emotions. When correctly directed, they can encourage us, remove blindfolds from our eyes, and provide us with a lot of strength, but their destructive character is evident whenever we hide our feelings. Instead of quick, chaotic eruptions of rage, how could we communicate these feelings in order to use them to create healthy communication with others? It is typical in modern Western civilization to repress rage, anger, and other negative emotions. It results in massive amounts of untapped energy sitting within us, which will eventually explode like a lethal volcano. Dr. Robert W. Levinson of the UC Berkeley Institute of Psychology performed surveys that show that suppressing emotional expression does not result in a reduction in experienced emotional intensity, but rather overstimulates and overloads our brain systems. This reduces immunity and causes health concerns. Suppressed emotions usually find their way to the surface. To understand how anger works, we must first distinguish between a stimulus and a cause. Our ideas cause all of our emotions. Each emotional state is caused by our thinking. It is one of the fundamental tenets of cognitive behavioral therapy. The action of another person that we did not like becomes a stimulus, indicating or reminding us of a true cause. A thought that begins to haunt us again. When your partner does not call you for an extended period of time, you may become enraged and accuse them of not caring about you. However, if you examine the root cause of your rage, you may discover that you simply require more love signals from your mate. Subconsciously, you decided to blame the stimulus, no phone call. This is how we shift blame for our negative emotions on the outside world, rather than taking a closer look at ourselves, our emotions, thoughts, feelings, and needs. When we are angry, we usually interpret a stimulus as a cause and blame the other person. When we believe that certain conduct should alter or stop, we accuse them, telling them that they did something wrong and that the next time they must do it differently. As a result, our interlocutor raises his shield and enters defensive mode. It's a natural, expected reaction. There is always a defense where there is an attack. The more powerful the attack, the more powerful the defensive reaction. When your interlocutor begins to defend themselves, they are unable to comprehend the nature of the problem. Their priority will now be to throw the allegations aside and resolve the argument as quickly as possible, typically not in the healthiest way possible, but in the quickest way possible to relieve the stress they feel. They will also be unable to change their conduct, even if you express to them how essential it is to you, often while yelling or weeping as the disagreement grows. When people are furious, the most common error they make is blaming the other person for how they feel. They are unaware that rage reveals a lot about them. On the surface, it appears that a stimulus is the source of our rage and negative emotions. But the true cause remains unknown. The cause of our rage is always in our thoughts, beliefs, and attitude, our requirements, expectations, and judgments. Anger frequently indicates that some of your demands are unsatisfactory. When you use ranting and accusations to communicate this emotion, you will create unnecessary conflict instead of a solution, and your connection with the other person may worsen. So, what should you do when these strong feelings arise? Consider them an alert, a warning sign pointing to an unresolved issue. When the siren sounds, focus your entire attention inward. Why am I enraged? What exactly infuriated me? What am I missing that is causing me to feel this way? What do I require? Such understanding and finding answers to these concerns is difficult when we want to argue and throw our negative emotions at the other person. It is, however, critical to pause for a moment, take a big breath, and give yourself a few moments to examine what is going on inside of you. When you lose control of yourself due to negative feelings, the explicit expression of your rage can be highly appealing, even delightful in certain ways. It may take some inner fortitude to hold it in, but after you've managed to press the stop button, it's sometimes wiser to leave your room, house, or apartment before the fury bursts, and the fight develops. Then, with a few seconds and some excellent questions to ask yourself, the emotions will begin to fade. Working on a constructive dialogue will allow you to return with a desire to speak calmly and solve the matter in a healthier, more effective manner. Have you ever wondered why, in a fit of rage, we have such a strong desire to hurl hurtful comments at others and simply make them feel bad? Why can pouring out this rage and psychological bullying be so enjoyable? Simply put, we want them to be aware of the grief we believe they caused us. We want to restore these negative emotions so that they can recognize their error, submit, and surrender. We want them to change their ways for good. The issue is that when someone believes they have done something wrong, they will not be able to empathize with your pain. They will devote all of their attention to self-defense. As a result, blaming others when we are unhappy is pointless. On a practical level of reasoning, it makes no sense at all. If we want to handle the problem constructively, we must allow that individual to understand what is going on inside of us and how we truly feel. It is worthwhile to refrain from tossing swear words, plates, silverware, and photo frames in order to express your anger appropriately. When you accuse someone of something, the accused has two options: to take your remarks personally, which will make them feel hopeless and prevent them from altering their conduct, or to reject them, which will also prevent them from changing their behavior. Remember that if you truly want someone to change their behavior, they must feel the need themselves. It can happen only if they feel no need to defend themselves and you communicate to them calmly and clearly what you are feeling, why you are feeling that way, and what your needs are. Let us briefly recap. 1. Take a breather, take a deep breath, and pause for a moment. Set aside any charges leveled against the other person. 2. Recognize the thoughts that are the root of your anger. Consider them carefully. What judgment, opinion, or idea in your head is causing you to feel the way you do? 3. Recognize your requirements. Consider what need this thinking originates from if you already know the cause of your anger. What exactly are you missing? 4. State your requirements. Don't pass judgment on the other person. Discuss just your feelings that arose as a result of that person's specific behavior. Stop blaming people for your sentiments and focus your consciousness on your emotions and needs if you want to express your anger in a healthy way and utilize it to establish agreement and build stronger relationships. Learn how to articulate these demands constructively so that others can understand how you feel and where your anger comes from. This will assist them in changing their conduct in accordance with what is essential to them. How would you rate your ability to regulate overwhelming, catastrophic emotions? Section 1. The right attitude and a little emotional guidance. Communication is more than just techniques. Above all, it is a way of thinking about and viewing your surroundings. The most significant improvements in our lives result from a shift in our attitude toward everything around us rather than through the use of specific tactics. Accepting this new mentality and viewing the world through wholly different lenses might substantially alter your conduct in a variety of scenarios. Instead of reacting emotionally and impulsively, you will act more effectively and constructively, always seeking answers and mutual agreement. Learn about these assumptions and consider how they apply to your life. It is critical to consider how your behavior will alter after you accept a new way of perceiving the world. 1. Everyone has a unique map of the world. It makes no difference what this world is. We individually learn about it through our senses: sight, ears, taste, touch, and smell. Because of the limitations of our brains, we can only process a fraction of the impulses that our environment continually sends us. Different filters are applied to each piece of information. Culture, language, beliefs, values, and experiences. Every human being has their own set of filters that vary from person to person. That is why everyone perceives reality differently. Everyone interprets the same scenario differently and has diverse interpretations of the same words. We all live in our own, distinct realities, shaped by sensory impressions and personal experiences. What does such a worldview give you? To begin, you must understand that you may solve your difficulties by modifying your own filters. You have the ability to alter your views, values, and worldview. It will cause profound alteration in you. Second, comprehending another human being requires learning a map of their environment. When you actually recognize and comprehend that everyone sees things differently than you do, it will be much easier to form healthy connections. More on maps and filters will be covered later in this book. 2. Every human action is motivated by good intentions. That notion holds that all of our actions are motivated by good intentions. Even when we do something we aren't proud of, we usually did it because it was the greatest option for us at the time. Understanding this concept is critical if you wish to transform yourself and adopt new vital behaviors. Remember that your old, unwanted actions were produced by your brain seeing them as having a positive goal for you. We're simply doing the best we can with the resources we have. If everyone who has ever treated you poorly, a friend, co-worker, stranger, or family member, could have instead treated you with respect and love while receiving the same from you and having their needs addressed, then they would. We'd all do that because that's how we're wired. To give and accept love while also meeting our own needs. It is not natural when someone does not do this and behaves in an unfavorable manner. They're probably in pain, which is what drives them to hurt others. The reason for this is that they just do not understand. They lack the necessary abilities to deal with the situation. They lack the necessary equipment, or they do not know how to use them. When you shift your perspective, the things you look at typically change. It is also highly useful in interpersonal connections. Always strive to figure out what motivates other people's actions. Consider the following. They are innocent and did the best they could in their current situation. Even if they are not innocent, it will help you comprehend their motivations. It will allow for far better communication while also providing them the opportunity to respond respectfully and constructively. 3. It is impossible to avoid communication. Everything you stand for is a form of communication. The nonverbal message and your voice are highly crucial in the communication process. Both verbal and nonverbal communication are always intended to elicit a response from the recipient. The way a recipient reacts is determined by the message and how it is delivered. You are responsible for a receiver's understanding or misunderstanding of your words. That is why you must ensure that the information you send is the same as what the receiver receives. For me, becoming acquainted with these fundamental principles established a solid platform for learning more about the art of effective communication. Furthermore, it paints a picture of what self-development and communication are all about. It is not necessarily a set of psychological tactics and instruments, but rather a paradigm of intelligent, positive change. Even now, I return to these assumptions to remind myself of what is important. Communication with other people is one of the most valuable of our many interpersonal skills. Unfortunately, once taught, some of these skills stop developing, remain at the same level, or even decline with time. There is, however, some good news. Your capacity to communicate can improve as you gain life experience. That progress, however, does not come lightly, especially for those who lack understanding of what needs to change, as well as an openness to ultimate change. Chapter 6. Most common communication barriers. Effective communication requires the following. 1. Demonstrating understanding of others. 2. Being able to communicate oneself clearly. 3. Having an impact on others. 4. Listening attentively. 5. Posing direct, thorough inquiries. 6. Attending to our own needs and objectives throughout a conversation. 7. Exchanging ideas in a way that avoids conflict. Learn about your challenges. If you want to become a better communicator, you must first acknowledge your limitations before giving serious consideration to anything that prevents you from communicating effectively with others. Asking the individuals you interact with the most for advice on how to communicate better or even completely change is a fantastic idea. At first glance, it could seem like an odd concept, but trust me when I say that it's one of the most powerful means of inner transformation. You may not always be aware of certain parts of your communication that your friends, family, or coworkers, interlocutors in general, may notice, sometimes as subtle as tone of voice, facial expression, etc. Let me now discuss the most typical challenges you will encounter while you strive to improve your communication skills. At each of these points, pause for a moment to think very, very deeply, and honestly, there's no reason to fool yourself. Ask yourself if you frequently engage in these activities. Acting as a judge. Do you frequently advise people how they should be or how they should be acting? Maybe you really believe that your perspective of the world is the only accurate one. When communicating with someone, you may have a tendency to interpret their communications through stereotypes or your own ideas and experiences if you exhibit judging tendencies. Being convinced that you are the only person with the right to be correct will prove to be inaccurate and unfair. Having the urge to complete sentences for other people. Frequently, when speaking with someone else, you cut them off and essentially finish their thought for them. Even if you are not told directly, it is incredibly upsetting for those around you and may make them reluctant to continue the conversation. Because a listener does not attempt to examine what a sender is trying to convey, it might occasionally lead to the breakdown of your connections if it occurs frequently. Make every effort to cease interrupting people if you have a tendency to do so. You may, for instance, put yourself in the position of a journalist conducting an interview with a VIP who is desperate to learn as much as possible about the subject. Uncle Sage Counsel. When you share your insights and offer advice to others, You almost always feel as though you can undoubtedly assist them or help with their problems. Take a step back and consider how you feel when you are continually receiving advice from others, especially unwanted advice. What does it do to you? Try putting yourself in your interlocutor's shoes and thinking about how you would feel in their circumstance rather than acting like a good uncle and giving everyone your helpful advice. If I were you, I would. Finally, if it's your area of expertise or if someone asks you for it, you can offer counsel. Just the right amount of counsel, nothing more, and a sincere effort to fully comprehend your interlocutor. Avoid taking on the position of a guru or oracle as much as you can, and instead strive to guide the conversation so that your interlocutors can come up with a solution on their own. Moralizer. Similar to Uncle Good advice, but worse because it has no purpose at all. Do you tend to be a moralizer in your conversations? Honest and upright men do not behave that way. Every smart man puts you in your place, and you can't just say that to people. What do you think of yourself? How are you able to listen to such offensive music? How are you able to dress in such vivid colors all the time? I would be you if... One day you will see. I never, when I was your age. Do you frequently use these phrases? If the answer is yes, give it some serious thought as to what you hope to accomplish by saying these things. It is the least pleasant and efficient kind of communication. If you don't want to be viewed as a hunchback, grouchy old aunt with a never-ending headache, chronic back pain, and a flaming loathing for cute small creatures, try to avoid using that kind of language as much as you can. Acting as the talker. Perhaps you have a propensity for making excessively frequent and frequent utterances, which results in infrequent mouth closure. On the one hand, it might be a sign of your intelligence, openness, or knowledge. On the other hand, others may find such a desire for constant self-expression to be overpowering. It is challenging to get accurate information about other individuals during the conversation because this feature is rarely used in everyday scenarios. Only occasionally when you first meet someone and they are hesitant and you want to start the topic. In the early phases of a relationship, talking excessively on your end can be disheartening. If you do it too frequently, you could wonder why a sale was canceled or why someone avoids calling you. It resembles chatting with a parrot or listening to an actor practice his tiresome monologue before a major performance for the 50th time. This was my main challenge, and the reason I was able to date a lot of nice females in high school, but without the opportunity for a second or third encounter. It took me many ruined first impressions and sleepless nights to realize that I simply talked way too much and hardly listened to them. They most likely thought they were watching television while eating or taking a walk. Many males struggle with that. Even now, I have a lot to say, and once I start speaking, I frequently have to stop by willpower, telling myself, "Easy, you will have time to say all these things, but not yet." Not by yourself here. Calm down, guy. Those who refuse to let you speak. In contrast to the aforementioned, you may have a propensity towards subservience in interpersonal interactions. Do you believe that others are uninterested in your viewpoint? Do you frequently find yourself in circumstances when your conversation partner abuses your attention and prevents you from speaking? Consider the underlying cause of such circumstances. Perhaps you think less of yourself than you ought to. I have nothing interesting to say. When you want to add to or interrupt a conversation, you can be worried about how other people will react. Don't let that occur. You have the same freedom of speech as everyone else. Simply interrupt the person talking if they are making you uncomfortable or if they are overwhelming you with their chatter. You can also try to shift the topic. Avoid wasting your time and effort. The crucial sentence is so. You're telling me, It's an excellent conversational strategy to employ with folks who frequently switch topics and cover 100 different topics in the course of a few minutes. I have a business colleague who frequently veers off topic during conversations. He really talks a lot. If you took him to a business conference and asked him to briefly describe his past and how he entered the retail industry, he would respond by saying something along the lines of, "Well, that's an intriguing topic. I left the military academy in 1979. I always wanted to get paid for playing with grown-up toys. And the military planes are so fascinating, so I originally wanted to be a pilot. I'm not sure if you've heard about the new project for U.S. Army stealth planes, but they have the most modern technology and can fly above the stratosphere." And after that, he would share with you all of his knowledge regarding the military, troops, their families, friends, and dogs. He would definitely enjoy telling you a tale that is longer than the duration of How I Met Your Mother's 9 seasons combined. In that case, you should take the last sentence that was stated and respectfully interrupt by saying, "So, you're telling me, before repeating it, therefore, if my friend reached that stage, I would say something along the lines of, so you're telling me that these new planes can fly really high, right?" People typically respond to statements like that by asking, "Yes, I was telling you that." "But why did you ask me?" They immediately get back on the track after that. "I'm a mechanical engineer, you see." Or, if they forget the initial question, you can just ask it again to obtain the response you were looking for. In either case, they won't be upset by your interruption because you did so while simultaneously demonstrating that you were paying close attention to what they had to say. It will occasionally be necessary for you to steer the conversation in the right direction as a successful communicator. Calming phrases. At first look, there seems to be nothing wrong with offering comfort to others. We mean, well, when we offer comfort to someone, we aim to demonstrate that a specific circumstance isn't as horrible as they may believe and that it will improve. However, cliches like "don't worry, there will be a new day tomorrow," "others may be in a worse situation than you are," or a well-known expression like "keep your head up," typically have the exact opposite impact. These sentences typically reflect poor communication skills. Take them from your list of typical responses. Instead, you might follow this straightforward procedure. First, acknowledge how and why this individual is experiencing. That could be, for instance, "Really? That's a dreadful thing to have to go through." People want to hear that, not "it's not bad" or "don't worry," which would imply that they are exaggerating, overreacting, or fabricating a problem. Next, rather than spouting tired platitudes, try saying something like, "I just want you to know I'm here for you and I will be here for you until you overcome this situation," or "know that you can count on me if it ever happens to you again." Focusing loss. Do you frequently lose focus when listening to others? Maybe you find it challenging to focus for extended periods of time or to stay focused. Maybe you regularly use nonverbal cues to express your impatience. If so, you should spend a lot of time honing your ability to concentrate. You can learn more useful knowledge by learning to focus on what other people are saying to you. This makes it possible for you to concentrate on the genuine advantages of connecting with others and also enables you to be present at the moment, both of which increase your likability and communication efficiency. By doing this, you also give the idea that you are a trustworthy and understanding person, which helps you forge closer bonds with other people. Let's quickly review the fundamental communication barriers you just learned about. You must keep in mind a few fundamental guidelines in order to communicate clearly and prevent the aforementioned distracting tendencies. 1. Try to separate your personal interpretations from what your interlocutor actually said. Refrain from passing judgment on others. 2. Be patient and pay attention to the entire conversation. Paraphrasing frequently forces you to think back on what you just heard and prevents your mind from straying. Additionally, it gives off a very favorable picture of a true listener. 3. Pay attention and display an eagerness to find something fascinating in your conversation rather than constantly offering advice. 4. Allow those you speak with to express their opinions even if they differ greatly from yours. Avoid moralizing in your criticism by saying something like, "Not bad, but when I was your age, but I would do it differently and more effectively," etc. 5. To determine if your utterances are excessively expansive or not, try to observe your interlocutor's subtle emotional reactions. You must actually look at them as you talk. 6. Keep in mind that you are entitled to the same freedom of expression as everyone else. Do not hold back from expressing your disapproval of folks who talk excessively, even if you are feeling overburdened. 7. Instead of consoling your interlocutor with corny platitudes, practice showing interest and approval in their words. 8. Improve your focus by using regular meditation and relaxation practices and make an effort to discern other people's true intentions. 9. Try to communicate in person whenever you can. Nowadays, severe arguments, breakups, and Facebook and email fights are all too common. You can't read the feelings of someone you're speaking to when you can't see them. Using written communication is frequently dishonest because it prevents the other person from responding directly when someone accuses them of something or offends them. Poor and frail, but regrettably becoming increasingly typical. It's simple to remain hidden behind your computer screen, but difficult to speak these things in person. Everyone wants to change, but nobody wants to grow, according to a proverb. It is worthwhile to put in the effort to prepare oneself for such a transformation when it comes to communication skills. A very intriguing poll was undertaken by the Gallup Institute, the oldest public opinion research organization in the world. It dealt with the most grating and unnerving speech patterns. In the list below, I'll present the findings of the study in order of least to most bothersome factors. Place 11. Speaking with a foreign accent. Place 10. Too high of a pitch and a squeaky voice. Place 9. Poor grammar or word pronunciation. Place 8. Talking quickly. Place 7. A groaning, nasally, voiced speaker. Place 6. Use of filler words like I air, and in position. It's a common ailment. Most people are just frightened to stop and allow themselves to be completely silent for a bit, which is far preferable to incessant and Place 5. Pale, monotone, and lifeless speaking style or voice. Place 4. Talking incessantly. Place 3. Talking too quietly or mumbling. Place 2. Using foul language or using it frequently. Place 1. Interrupting someone else when they're talking. We now face the final and most significant challenge. The main verbal factor that lies underlying irritability and unsuccessful conversations is interrupting, regardless of someone's annoying voice, cursing, or muttering. Your dialogue should sound like it would on a walkie-talkie or CB radio in a moving vehicle. The other person listens when the first person speaks. One side will obviously be unable to hear what the other has just said when they simultaneously press the transmit button and begin speaking, which could result in them losing crucial information about what lies in front of them on the road. Try to keep the CB radio scenario in mind whenever you speak to someone. Our ordinary talks are frequently significantly hampered by these poor language habits. You will notice a significant difference in your social life and work if you steer clear of them whenever you can. Now, Take a brief glance at each of these barriers once more and ask yourself whether you can spot your speech habits there. Do everything you can to get rid of them permanently. Chapter 7. The 5 simplest and most important conversational fixes. Let me now elaborate a little bit on what we learned in the last chapter and discuss the 5 most effective and simple conversational enhancements you should start utilizing right away. Pause for a second. The majority of people don't pause before responding to questions during talks, which is one of the most fundamental and important things to do. After someone finishes speaking, a little silence of 2 to 5 seconds is a highly shrewd move. When you pause, you simultaneously achieve 3 objectives. First off, if the speaker is simply taking a breath before resuming, you can eliminate the potential for interruption. The second advantage is that by delaying your own responses until later in the conversation, you demonstrate to the other person that you are giving the situation significant thought. The ability to hear the other person better is the final advantage. The words will sink into a deeper level of your mind, and you will more clearly understand what they are expressing. You establish yourself as a brilliant conversationalist by pausing. Obtain clarification. Asking for an explanation is another method you may use to significantly enhance your communication abilities. Never presume that you comprehend what someone else is saying completely. Ask instead, "What do you mean?" or "What do you mean?" Specifically. If you are at all unsure, just take a moment to wait. Leading and controlling a conversation is one of your greatest assets, in my opinion. When you question, "What? How do you mean?" the other person is unable to refrain from responding with a longer explanation. Other, open-ended inquiries might then be used to continue the conversation. Paraphrase. Using your own words to rephrase the speaker's remarks is another excellent approach. You can grin and nod before asking, "Let me check to see if I understand you right." Then you express it again in your own words. "What you're saying is this." You might show that you are truly listening by paraphrasing the speaker's remarks to show that you are making an effort to comprehend his or her thoughts and feelings. Additionally, it's the ideal approach to interrupt nicely and steer the conversation back in the correct direction. Talk less and listen more. You must be aware that listening fosters trust. People will trust and believe in you more as a result of your willingness to listen to them. Additionally, listening increases self-esteem since when you listen to someone, their self-esteem will inevitably rise. They'll feel better about themselves generally, more valued and valuable. Finally, listening will improve your focus because we can only speak at a rate of roughly 150 words per minute, while our minds can comprehend 500 to 600 words per minute. Maintaining your attention on other people's speech requires work. Your mind will race in a million different places if you don't learn self-control in conversation. In other words, you truly create your own character and personality by learning to listen. Well, two looks. This is a helpful addition to the stop for a moment remedy, which may be applied in a variety of circumstances. Simply put, you need to stop talking when you think someone is lying to you, withholding information, or manipulating the truth. Look them in the eyes for 3 seconds straight, without saying a word after they've finished speaking. You can also slightly incline your head forward. Since lying can be highly challenging and we are designed and conditioned to handle this kind of pressure relatively poorly, it typically results in your interlocutor breaking down and telling you the truth, providing more details, etc. It can also be utilized while interacting with challenging people, such as when you don't want to respond to their prying queries. Chapter 8. How to handle difficult people. Dealing with challenging people is crucial, especially in the workplace or any other professional setting. It's crucial in everyday life as well as in situations where you can't afford to ignore them. You will learn about the most common types of challenging people in this chapter, as well as how to deal with them effectively and professionally, just like the polished communicator you aspire to be. Let's begin with the most crucial guidelines you should never forget. 1. Do not attempt to influence these people. First of all, because their behavioral habits are typically deeply ingrained. Changing them would probably take at least a few psychotherapy sessions. Don't try it unless you are a certified hypnotherapist or psychotherapist. It's somewhat sloppy and useless, like a novice trying to defuse a bomb. A person who refuses to change and doesn't permit change cannot be changed by the best professional in the world. You can just draw attention to the unpleasant behavior pattern. It is not your responsibility to change these folks. 2. Define your limits. These folks need to know that while you will respect them, you also expect to be treated with respect and will not tolerate anything less. Do not put up with abusive language, pathological disputes in public, or other displays of disrespect. Tell them that you need to separate yourself from the situation and simply leave if necessary. Another smart move would be to wait till they have calmed down and are prepared to speak more rationally. Never accept less than you deserve and always set an example for others. 3. Keep in mind the various conceptual frameworks and good intentions that underlie every action. Even if you disagree with someone's point of view, you must accept that there is probably a good reason for their unpleasant behavior. Consider how challenging it may be to be stuck with rage and other negative emotions in such a poor circumstance. If you want to calm a tense situation down, empathy can be useful. These folks occasionally only want to be heard or given undivided attention. Simply put, they are unable to effectively explain it. Don't take anything personally as well. These people's actions, not yours, reveal their level of emotional intelligence, interpersonal maturity, and communication abilities. They can be worn out, traumatized, or going through a challenging time in their lives. 4. Avoid speaking too much. Making your vocal messages brief and direct is frequently a good option when dealing with unpleasant people and their grating actions. Additionally, you should set a time limit in mind and be aware of how long you're willing to participate in a debate. Instead of discussing things like attitude, which could be construed as a personal attack, pay attention to specific characteristics these people embody. 5. Consider actions rather than persons. Rather than yelling, "Michael, you're a liar," having stated that you should always utilize a passive voice while having unpleasant conversations. Instead of saying, "Michael, we both know that what's been said is far from reality," say what you want done rather than what you want someone to do. For example, "Michael, I need that report done by the end of the day." Not, "Michael, you must complete the report before the end of the day. Here's what you did to me." Active voice. "Here is what was done to me" in passive voice. 6. Concentrate on what is most important. They constantly want you to interact with them in a way they have anticipated or are accustomed to when you are dealing with challenging people and their conduct. When someone deviates from their routine, they typically veer off the path. Never interact more than is necessary and never fall for their bait. What's rewarded tends to be repeated. Utilizing the broken record approach frequently and repeating the exact same words or phrases delivers the message loud and clear that I'm not easy to throw off my game. I know how to remain focused. 7. Make use of difficult people magic solutions. Make advantage of boundary statements first. They typically revolve around the question, "Would you prefer A or B?" you can't have both. You could say, "Sir, I do want to help you and address your problem," but not if you're going to keep your voice raised in this situation when someone is asking for your assistance while being verbally abusive. Then, you would use the so-called empowering statement, such as, "Would you like to take a few minutes before we continue our conversation or have a cup of tea? Are you prepared to proceed right now?" The so-called preemptive attack, which is warning someone that what you're about to say might make them slightly irritated, is another wise move. It will be harder for you to eventually state and harder for your discussion partner to acknowledge the longer you fumble around and try to hide it. The more you let your listener know that what you're saying is challenging, the easier it will be for them to understand. Therefore, you can say, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Smith. Your car won't be ready today," which I know will make you very angry. This lets them know that you recognize how horrible the situation is and also prevents you from becoming even more frustrated toward the end of the conversation. We will have to lend you a different model and your car will be ready tomorrow morning. Validating others, even those who are challenging, is the absolute last thing you should do. Even comments like, "I understand why," "I can see why you were so angry," or "Oh, that's really bad." Unless you say something like, "I understand exactly how you feel." "No, you don't," can be beneficial. Being truthful and able to validate everyone in your interactions is a terrific communication ability that isn't just helpful when dealing with challenging individuals. 8. Suggestions are another option. For instance, "Bob, how do you think it would affect you if we do XYZ?" By stating this, you communicate to others that you are curious about their viewpoint. When we allow others to share their ideas, tension is frequently much reduced. When people feel that you are truly interested in what they have to say and are paying attention, they are a lot more willing to open up. "If I understand you correctly, you believe." Here, use the exact terms they used. You should remark after receiving the response, "I thought about that and here's how I see it." You need to add quickly at the end, "Does that make sense?" By doing that, you demonstrate that you have been considering conflict resolution and alternate options as well, that their suggestion is one that merits consideration, and that you are curious about their viewpoint. It enables the person to express their agreement or disagreement and facilitates more fruitful discussion during communication. It's always worthwhile to try it. Body language is another crucial factor. When your body is indicating that you are being passive, it is impossible to convey a firm message. What you must keep in mind in this situation is as follows. Find your powerful voice. The way to do so is to simply gaze down at your feet and utter the sound This sound should be reverberating, strong, and firm. You must localize it by speaking slowly and steadily. When you speak too quickly, you give off an uneasy and uneasy vibe. If you speak slowly, people are more likely to pay attention. Additionally, you should maintain a narrow range for your tone, avoiding extreme ups and downs. Of course, that only applies to challenging conversations and not casual small talk. Don't tilt your head, keep it straight. Dogs and other animals do that to demonstrate to you that they are fun and obedient. When you tilt your head to the side, you are conveying the same idea. You should gently lean forward with your shoulders back and your chest out if you don't want to give off the impression that you're soft and easy to manipulate. You might also want to tilt your head slightly forward. Maintain eye contact. Eye contact should be kept for no more than 7 seconds during casual chats, but during contentious exchanges, you should keep it far longer to demonstrate that you are resilient and hard to argue with. Remove any obstacles that are physically preventing you from communicating with the other person. Conversational difficulties are exacerbated by actual impediments. Again, keep in mind that the topics covered in these bullet points are challenging conversations, not everyday communication. How to completely disengage. Visualize yourself interacting with a challenging client, your obnoxious boss, or anyone else who is just getting on your nerves and has thrown you off course. Instead of telling yourself, "Let that go," if you truly want to let that go, give in to the present. "I'm at peace," which might work in other circumstances, but not in this one. Instead, follow this easy 3-step approach. You should start by disengaging physically first. For instance, many people drink a beer, light up a cigarette, or grab a coffee before turning on the TV. Avoid doing it. Take a walk, do some push-ups, or some stretching as soon as you can if you can locate a spot to do so. Spend 15 minutes cycling or working out. If you do it every day, you'll notice that you feel different when you're done. Your body releases endorphins when you exercise, making you feel happy. The next step is to psychologically withdraw. What are the objective facts to start with? Then inquire as to what your possibilities are and what their options are in this situation. For example, they labeled me a moron. That is what they do. What part do you play in this? If you believe that my role is nothing, you are mistaken. In fact, I believe what they said, or I feel disrespected and humiliated are possible responses. Your duty in this is to say, "I don't understand them," or "I got too emotional and acted like a silly kid, calling back at them, and now I feel dumb." Finally, weigh your options. You can then vocally disconnect by saying, "I can just ignore it. I can honestly talk to them about what happened. I can stop seeing them, or I can just decide that it's okay. They are calling me that. It's not really my problem." Most folks are unable to escape the issue at all. They carry all the unpleasant occurrences inside them, watch TV with them at home, have dinner with them, and then go to bed with them under their pillows. Additionally, it's not amusing. You can significantly alter your behavior when you keep in mind these two actions. Always keep in mind the various maps and the idea of good intentions when you want to vocally disengage. Keep in mind that these people are actually innocent. Although it may seem absurd, you are actually the one it helps the most. When you follow these two easy procedures in advance and keep in mind good intentions and various mind maps, communicating effectively becomes much easier. Managing passive-aggressive individuals. The snipers. We've all encountered or will encounter passive-aggressive individuals at some point in our life. When someone is being passive-aggressive, they are focusing on your specific conduct, making hurtful remarks about you while using snide language or a joke, verbally attacking you while using words that appeared to be nice, and then sugarcoating their transgressions. While some act in this manner sometimes and without malice, others do it far too frequently. When I was an HR employee in the past, I treated myself to a pair of stylish marine blue suit pants. I enjoyed donning them for formal events, like business meetings. They were frequently picked on by Christian, a typical passive-aggressive man, who would say things like, "Hey, Ian, how's your work in the car repair shop?" For a while, I found it to be rather amusing and didn't think it was awful to fix automobiles. He continued to make fun of me about it, though, and it grew increasingly annoying. What I didn't know then is that you should always call these people out on their abusive conduct. After 2 or 3 times, he would start asking me whether I was going to repair his tires. Then he went even further and started calling me lost postman, fired mechanic, and delivery boy. You must deal with their public behaviors if they act rudely in public, which is what they frequently do. If you don't, they'll keep doing it and becoming more aggressive about it. These folks typically have a problem with you in some way, but they either can't express it to you openly because they are too afraid or because of the circumstances. What you should do is as follows. 1. Restate their words. 2. Explain your actions. 3. In order to validate or refute their objectives, pose a closing inquiry. I asked him, Christian, when you asked me again at which discount store, I bought my suit pants and told me I looked like a delivery boy. What I'm thinking is that you are trying to belittle me in front of our coworkers in a serious tone and facial expression when that blue pants thing happened again. This time at a business conference in front of our entire department. Are you attempting to accomplish that? You simply want to call them on their actions and force them to either confirm or deny their intention in a clear and professional manner. To do this, you should simply repeat their behavior, clarify their intentions. Was that your true intention? Is that what you wanted to do here? Etc. And then ask them a closed question. Yes or no. These 3 easy measures let them know that you won't partake in their jokes or let them get away with their misdeeds once more. I didn't know, but Christian reddened and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. It was just this joke we had," after a brief, awkward silence. I simply stared at him in silence for 3 seconds. He eventually stopped talking for the remainder of our meeting and never again made fun of me. It goes without saying that this was a professional setting, and the individual in question was intelligent. He was probably envious of me for some reason, perhaps because I was offered better projects. Additionally, if you inquire, "Are you attempting to disrespect me?" someone responds, "You bet I am," or something similar. The easiest way to respond to such an individual is to say, "Interesting. Why would you do that?" As long as they aren't being overtly confrontational, threatening you, etc., and continue from there. More inquiries are viewed as having more power in a relationship than answers do. Coping with noisy and difficult people. There are many different types of irritating and challenging behaviors in people. Let me share a different work-related anecdote with you. There was a girl named Kate in the exact same office. Although she occasionally made for pleasant conversation, she sadly lacked the ability to understand when to stop and when to draw boundaries. Responses such as "stop asking." I won't tell you, had the same effect on her that red cloth has on a bull. When I was discussing some HR department strategy with my supervisor, she came to my cubicle and began probing me. Why did she want to talk to you? Since I had a lot of work to do, it was clear that it was none of her business. I didn't feel like telling her what I had said to the supervisor since I knew she was going to be very obstinate, curious, and into gossip. The first time, I chose to ignore it and simply continued using my computer. I gave her a quiet 3-second look as she repeated her inquisitive query and questioned, "Why would you ask that?" "I'm just wondering," she said. I grinned quickly and questioned, "Are you always that inquisitive?" Again, I stared directly into her eyes for 3 seconds without saying anything, and I claimed she became a little bit uneasy, and then she answered, "Well, yes, usually. What were we talking about?" I wondered as I once more blinked at the screen of my computer. Most people would likely understand by now that I didn't want to tell them anything, but she responded, "Huh." I gave her the 3-second stare once more and inquired, "Are you always this curious?" "I just asked you what you and Isabel were talking about." "But you just asked me, and I just told you," she retorted. "Well, what were we talking about?" I said, asking her. "You know what?" Or, "Oh, no." Yes, she asked me once more. When I asked her why she was asking, she became bewildered, stepped on her toes, and then ultimately left me alone. You've just discovered the ideal method for handling nosy, unyielding, and difficult people. Once more, I wouldn't suggest using it with your boss, but it will work with anyone below you in the hierarchy. Not to worry. Not everyone is as obstinate as Kate was, but this simple tactic still worked for her. When it comes to this kind of person, this constantly broken record tactic is both highly annoying and useful. Once more, all you have to do is inquire, "Why would you ask that?" After which you ask them a question about the response they just gave you to make them taste their own sword and divert their attention, such as, "Is everything people do so fascinating to you?" Remember that this query shouldn't be rude or confrontational. In fact, being extremely nice is far more confounding and functions a lot better. Then, after receiving your yes or no, you inquire, "What were we discussing?" Either to change the subject or completely perplex the difficult person. Dealing with judges. We all know persons who feel compelled to criticize others and force others to listen to their opinions on everyone and everything in their immediate environment. Although it's sometimes best to just ignore it. Non-reactive people have more influence in social situations. There are other occasions when enough is enough. Few people are aware that interacting with this type of person is actually not all that tough. Simply state the judgment again while exaggerating it greatly, followed by a skewed, clarifying question. I actually acquired this straightforward but useful trick from my mother. When I was a teenager, I recall that my mother occasionally invited Ms. Jacqueline, a work colleague, home for coffee. Overall, she was a pleasant person, but she had a strong tendency to criticize everyone and everything far too frequently. She once misjudged my conduct and said, "The music he listens to is really aggressive and difficult to get along with." She then informed my mother that my sister, who was several years older than me and should have been married long ago, was 15 minutes late. When you say you think my daughter should have been married a long time ago, are you implying that she's too ugly or too stupid to find herself a decent man? I think my mother had definitely had enough of her judgments that day. After nearly spilling her coffee all over her pink outfit, Mrs. Jacqueline said, "No, oh, dear me. That is absolutely not what I am saying. By the way, it reminds me of that funny book I read in elementary school," my mother added after gazing at her in silence for a short while. As far as I remember, Mrs. Jacqueline never made any further remarks about our family members. You ought to have seen her expression. I did as I stole their delicious chocolate cookies. A few years later, I realized that my mother had been unknowingly employing one of the most powerful social dynamic strategies. When you feel like you are fighting with someone's irksome judgments, you can do that. Exaggerate anything they said, then repeat it while requesting clarification. Again, you want to remain cool, or at least appear like you are, and polite, but be direct and serious. Don't say it as their judgments are a funny joke. After giving the individual a clear 3-second glance, shift the subject by saying something like, "Now that you mention it, it reminds me of." You might need to repeat it 2 or 3 times with some tough cases, but I assure you that they will understand. That is the ideal approach to handling these individuals in a graceful, professional, and non-aggressive manner. Managing the exploder. The fancy-sounding exploder is a term for persons who frequently lose their cool, rant, and scream at other people, or are just rude and nasty in general. People behave in such a way for a variety of reasons. But most of the time it's because in the past when they did so, other people would become terrified and grant them their requests. The main factor that makes difficult individuals difficult is that it benefits them. When aggressive people shout, get intense, and get in your face. They either expect you to start shouting back at them, which is typically not a smart solution, or submit and give up. The ideal method you want to have in your back pocket is called DTU. Do the unexpected. They typically lose their cool and snap when you do something else. One smart move is to really concur with them. When it comes to dealing with someone who uses abusive language, this is one of the best magic bullets you can employ. Imagine you work in a bank and one of your customers comes to you screaming that his $2 vanished from his bank account as a result of an internet mistake. If you don't give him his $2, he threatens to call the police, the military, and an exorcist, and sue you and your entire family because it's theft and a scandal. Saying anything along the lines of "yes, sir," "you are right," is the ideal response in this kind of circumstance. I concur that losing $2 is a significant loss and an inexcusable error. What you should do in this situation is try to find some kind of reason within their exploding craziness. You must understand that behind all of their irrational communication, people are typically upset about something that is simple to be upset about, keeping in mind that everyone uses various mental maps and moral ideals and acts in accordance with different ideas. They typically anticipate a battle when they first begin to explode. By expressing your support for them, by expressing agreement with them, you can settle the issue more quickly. If you can afford it, you should make every effort to avoid these people as much as possible if they are coworkers or acquaintances in your social circle. If you must argue with them, do it constructively after they have calmed down by first agreeing, i.e., looking for rationale in their anger, as mentioned above. You can assign blame or responsibility to someone else if it is possible. Say something like, for instance, if my boss were here, he might say, before disagreeing. Then pose a query. How would you approach this issue? Or, what would be the ideal course of action for you in this situation? Your idea is interesting, but I cannot agree with. Repeat the exact spot of disagreement using their words. For example, your idea is creative and inspiring, but I cannot agree that $500 as compensation would be a good fit for both sides of this dispute. Though we don't have to agree on everything, isn't there another mutually acceptable solution we could come up with? Adding the "can't we" plays a crucial role. Then you must pause and give it another listen. Promote the notion that you can agree on anything and still get along, ignoring the point of contention and going on to something more positive and gratifying. Coping with the diverter. A diverter is anyone who constantly tries to draw your attention away from the matter at hand to what everyone else does, etc. It could be a person in your company who frequently says things like, "In my previous company, we used to do this differently," or, "With our previous manager, we never." It could also be a teenager who wants to go to a party, and when you don't let them, they say things like, "But Jack's parents allow." This problem has an easy answer. The key phrase to keep in mind is, the subject here is not XYZ. The subject is, for instance, you might say, the subject here is not what you did in your previous company. The subject is how we are going to deal with this project. Or, we are not talking about Jack's parents and their parenting methods. We are talking about how far away that party is from our home and your big exam tomorrow. Of course, these people might also say, "We can about Jack's parents," and you must once more utilize the subject is not method. You could respond in this situation by saying, "I agree with that, but the question is not what we could accomplish with the extra money we don't now have. We are talking about what we can do from where we are right now." Coping with the steamroller, or tank. Psychologists also refer to these people as hostile aggressive because they try to run you over in order to acquire what they want. They frequently make insulting comments while attempting to dominate, bully, and intimidate others. They are different from exploders because they are purposely unpleasant and mean to you, verbally injuring you, and occasionally even threatening you. It's a different kind of person you shouldn't associate with. But if you can't avoid it, here are some advice to assist you with this most challenging kind of person. You must first keep in mind that these individuals are attempting to incite your wrath and elevate your emotions to their level. You can't let them carry it out. Maintain eye contact while remaining composed and assertive. It's a good idea to let them run wild at first so they can relax. It's time to cut them off once they start to get a little bored of attacking you. Imagine a boxer who is accustomed to taking a lot of punches to the chest and stomach in order to deplete his opponent before dropping him with a boom. Let the steamroller get a little tired before you confront them about their actions. Michael, hold on a second. Once you say something like, "I've been listening to you, and now it's time for you to listen to what I have to say," they'll probably interrupt. Remaining assertive means interrupting back. "Hold on," I said. "Hey." Determining if this individual typically behaves in that manner or if they are currently becoming highly agitated over something very distressing to them and want you to listen is very crucial. Sometimes, if it's unlike their usual conduct, you should just listen and be willing to engage in productive conversation. Additionally, you should consider whether any specific incident may have led to their hostile behavior. Steamrollers typically assume that you are to blame for their behaviors and frustrations, but you don't have to put up with their rudeness. When you can, it's occasionally a good idea to ignore them and leave the situation. However, if you can't, you should try to turn the situation into an opportunity for discussion. Here's how to do it once more. Give them enough time to run out. Capture their interest. You don't have to be very rude or kind. Instead, be direct and assertive. Use your diaphragm to speak loudly enough. If it's appropriate, use their first name when calling them. Your chin should be pointing upward while you hold your head erect. Hold your arms back, your chest high, and your back straight. Keep your eyes in contact. Suggest that they sit down. When they enter the room, if you are seated, get up to be on their level. Be confident in expressing your views, but avoid becoming overly assertive. Utilize the data. Refrain from interacting, debating, or attempting to undermine them. Simply state your viewpoint and take all necessary steps to put an end to the dialogue as soon as feasible. How to handle the complainer. People with a positive outlook see things as follows. Today is not particularly sunny. I won't get sunburn again and won't need air conditioning, at least. I guess I'll remain in and enjoy a wonderful book at home. People with a pessimistic outlook see things as follows. The weather is awful. It's chilly and overcast, and I'm exhausted. The complainants view the world as follows. Oh no. Once more, the weather is miserable. I had planned on going for a stroll, but now I'll get wet and cold and get the flu for the 4th time this year. I have to stay in bed for a few days, and it's dull. Additionally, I'll have to spend a lot of my hard-earned money on medicine and even a trip to the doctor. This summer is awful. I have no idea how I'm expected to like it. I can't even read because of how dark it is without nodding off. There is nothing exciting to do in this area. Bob recently traveled to see his family. And this person always finds something to complain about and sees a flaw in everything. They'll attempt to blame you a lot of the time. They put you on the defensive so they may blame you for their own behaviors and feelings. Here's how to handle their constant complaining and depressing everyone else's spirits. You must first understand what doesn't work when dealing with complainers. When you offer a solution, offer advice, or directly address their issue, they frequently begin to complain about the answer, the action they must take, your attitude, or anything else on earth. It is highly unproductive to try to make them feel better or to advise them to get themselves together by assuming that their issue is unimportant in some manner, even if it is. Complaining or shaming them for their whining. See bullet point number 1. Ignoring them will only make their complaints build up until they finally burst at you when you ultimately run into them again. Here's what functions. 1. Let them know you're listening and taking notice of their issue rather than rolling your eyes or dismissing them. You and them can both benefit greatly from something as easy as, "Yeah." Traffic jams can be really intense and annoying sometimes. 2. Those who complain do not wish to be uplifted. They seek your empathy and attention. Keep in mind to state these things honestly. The result will be the opposite if you're being snarky or facetious about it. 3. Keep in mind that everyone views the world through a different set of lenses. You don't have to agree that their problems are major ones, but keep in mind that what might seem minor to you may actually be a major issue to someone else, depending on their circumstances, experiences, upbringing, and other factors. Therefore, you shouldn't claim that their issue is insurmountable or that it isn't a problem at all. Even if you believe there isn't an issue or that it wouldn't affect you, just acknowledge that they are struggling. They need to know that you appreciate and comprehend what they have stated, but you shouldn't agree with them outright. They would merely feel vindicated and occasionally turn the blame for their feelings onto you. 4. While it may not be a perfect solution to put an end to their complaints, listening to them and acknowledging their issue can definitely slow down the situation, stop the negative energy from building up, and provide you and them with some instant respite. 5. You should be prepared to cut them off. When someone expresses concern, pay attention, acknowledge it, and then politely but firmly cut them off. 6. If necessary, give them information. Say them without adding any explanations, apologies, or other comments. 7. If it's a work environment or a professional issue, you should think of useful questions to ask before moving on to problem solutions. Complainers frequently dwell on the past, but if you give them a specific goal to complete, it can frequently be helpful. You may say something like, "Yes, these young males from the marketing department can get very obnoxious at times. We absolutely must accomplish this assignment before 5, so I hope you can put up with it, soldier." 8. As soon as you can, end the sentence by kindly informing them that you need to return your belongings. 9. Keep in mind that even regular complainers occasionally encounter situations that are really difficult to handle. Therefore, if you believe someone may be struggling with something and their complaints are valid, you can express your empathy before offering quick and focused suggestions. It's probably going to be appreciated in this situation. How to maintain focus. Do you recognize the feeling when someone interferes with your discussion, presentation, or idea? When we lack the skills necessary for effective communication, it is quite simple to turn us off, neutralize our arguments, or verbally dissuade us from doing a certain action. To get the results you want, your message must be persistent. You must demonstrate that you are a skilled communicator rather than just another nervous rookie. The strategies I'll share with you can quickly increase your self-assurance when you're asking for something, presenting your thoughts, or voicing your viewpoint during group assignments. We allow other people to manipulate us simply because we lack the means to counteract their evasive responses. The 3 most basic and useful sentences you can use to combat attempts to derail you constitute the tools in the end. The 3 skeleton. Key expressions are, "that may be," but "I do realize," but "I agree with you," and They must be used before your response, which must then precisely repeat what you just said. Let's imagine that while discussing the future of your company with your partners, you decide to update the graphics on your products because you are certain that a change is now necessary. Listen, guys, we need to change our website because it's difficult for our customers to use. You say. One of your coworkers rolls his eyes and says, "But we just changed it 5 years ago. It looks like it's stuck in the 90s. Loads slowly and shouts, "Don't buy our products directly in our customers' faces." You should then reply, "I see your point, but we need to change our website because it's difficult for our customers to use." "Oh, you are so very innovative these days, aren't you?" he exclaims. "That may be, but we need to alter our website because it's difficult for our customers to utilize." You respond. He continues, "You know we'll have to pay someone to do this." And you repeat it while maintaining a cool, collected, and professional demeanor. "I understand, but we need to change our website because it's difficult for our customers to use." This broken record method and these 3 consecutive skeleton key expressions communicate the following message loud and clear. Don't do that, guy. It won't be so simple to discourage me because I know what I want to accomplish. I'm a skilled communicator, not just another frightened youngster who is easily distracted. Please note that I will not recommend using it with those who are in a higher position than you in the hierarchy. Although it's very helpful with people from the same level of the social ladder, having similar power and influence as you, or people who don't have any power over you and are merely attempting to divert you from your goal for some reason, it depends on the person and context, so you may want to weigh the pros and cons of doing it first. Your boss is an example of this. Of course, it depends on the person and context. Remember that none of these tactics are miracle cures. Yes, they can be quite useful, but since every person is unique, you should think of them more as a general guideline. Learn these techniques and put them to use until you feel at ease applying them in regular circumstances. They can help you deal with a variety of challenging personalities in your life and develop more social and self-control in a variety of contexts. As broad a field as psychology and sociology themselves is that of dealing with problematic and poisonous people. I'm intending to address all the different categories of tough individuals identified by contemporary psychology in a separate book that I'll probably write entirely on this complex subject. It will include in-depth descriptions, techniques, and practical advice. For the time being, the techniques and suggestions I gave you regarding the toughest personality types will undoubtedly be of great assistance in your regular contact. When someone treats you unfairly, it's all about them. They typically do it again with you in mind. Let me be clear. When somebody repeatedly does something obnoxious, it's about you since you are allowing that to happen. What are you doing to encourage their conduct? Something must exist. Try to find it and consider how you might be supporting their cruel behavior. Even though it's challenging, we can always succeed if we know where to begin. We start by looking inward. The best thing you can do to cope with tough individuals, or any other kind of people for that matter, is to change your conduct. Chapter 9. Phrases to remove from your dictionary, and what to replace them with. There are some phrases of highly ineffective communication that need to be fully eradicated from our linguistic arsenal and replaced with others that are wiser and harmless, both at work and at home. You might be surprised to learn that you use many of them on a regular basis, given how prevalent they are in our culture. Let me now list the worst and most pointless things you might ever say in social and professional settings, along with appropriate replacements. Relationships or casual situations or at home. 1. It's a large one. Nearly everyone has probably had the chance to hear it at some point in their lives. Yes, I'm referring to the famed corny and overused "we need to talk" line. First of all, it adds a lot of needless stress even before the conversation starts. Second of all, it has a very serious connotation in our culture. So rather than having a discourse that is more casual, you will instead create one that is more tense and stressful. Thirdly, it just sounds ridiculous. Like a cheap 80s C-class TV soap opera that my grandmother used to watch. How did Romeo Alejandro Maria Antonio Rodriguez swindle me by dating Esmeralda Rosalia for the 50th time this season? Julia Descaldo, we must speak, but that's just what I think. The point is, you should really stop using this expression altogether. What should I say in your place? I need your assistance. People enjoy assisting. Did you know that we generally favor those that we've helped in the past over those we haven't? That's basically a social psychology tactic. If you want someone to like you more, ask them to assist you with a little project. They feel needed when you communicate these feelings since you are making them feel good. Additionally, they will be more focused on what you are saying. It's a terrific start for a serious conversation, which needn't be taken seriously and could actually be more laid back and beneficial. 2. What's wrong with you? Is another expression we frequently use when someone throws us off course, says something unexpected, or behaves oddly. It's a terrific statement if you genuinely want to hurt or upset someone, but you should get rid of it if you're trying to solve an issue or deal with a challenging circumstance. Don't inquire, are you damaged in some way? No one likes to confess that they have a problem. Rather, inquire as to what's bothering you. By stating this, you not only demonstrate your concern for that person, but you also prevent the environment from becoming even more anxious and tense. By focusing on a specific issue this individual might have rather than on potential flaws in their character, you are rephrasing the scenario. Depending on the circumstance, you could politely say, for example, well, okay, if the person continues to appear aloof or unpleasant and says, for instance, nothing, while rolling their eyes, you could also try, okay, keep in mind that I'm always available if you want to talk to me about anything. You can certainly use alternative phrases, but you must demonstrate to the other person that you are available to them at all times. Occasionally, you could hear something encouraging, like, right, I'm just tired and annoyed. I'm sorry for my grumpiness, or a response that draws attention to a specific issue, such as, yeah, always open for me, right? When I wanted to chat to you last, in any case, it brings you nearer to the actual issue and its resolution. 3. One last essential item for our Hall of Infamy is a phrase that triggers negative physiological and subconscious emotional reactions. It goes like this. You said, or but you just said. Anytime you say something like this, you just serve to aggravate, annoy, and anger your listener or interlocutor even more. When was the last time someone tried to convince you that you said or did something? What was it like? You probably became furious or maybe hostile right away. Don't you think? Your brain automatically responds with resistance. Nope, I never said that. Even if you are positive that somebody said something saying, I understood something's is always considerably smarter, classier, and more successful. Before I react, let me clarify what I just heard. Okay. These kinds of words have the power to completely alter the outcome. 4. Let's move on to another overused, terrible term that is very common in our culture and that we hear way too frequently. What is what is. What exactly does it mean? Nothing. It's meaningless. Hollow, difficult to grasp, particularly for young people, and extremely irritating to say. It's equally okay to say buttons, hair combs, dumplings, scissors, "I love grapes so much," or "My pajamas are well starched." You're better off saying, for example, "I believe it's this way because it needs to be like that on this stage where we are right now." Or perhaps, "I believe all things are the way they should be at the moment, to make us stronger, and if you don't want to leave your interlocutors annoyed, confused, and feeling ignored." Make every effort to remove the meaningless phrase "it is what it is" from your talks, particularly when there is stress or anxiety present. Reading about ancient Stoic philosophy is a nice thing, but it is not appropriate for effective everyday conversation. 5. The last one I'll discuss in this book is this one. Your speakers will frequently interpret any time you remark, "That doesn't make sense," as meaning, "You don't make any sense." You definitely want to be more accurate while also averting difficult circumstances. Instead, use "I don't understand," as in, "I'm not sure what you mean exactly when you say that." Professional context now. Let me discuss several expressions that, while occasionally acceptable in society, are inappropriate for polished, astute, and proficient communicators. You should also take them out of your repertoire if you want to be taken seriously and accomplish your objectives more quickly and easily. Beginning with the first. 1. First, "No problem." How frequently do we say that after someone helps us? In a store, the workplace, at a conference, etc.? You might be shocked to learn that, despite the fact that the phrase is used frequently in English-speaking countries, and not just, it actually signifies that there was an issue associated with what they did, or what we did, or what we did. It is far preferable to just say, "You're welcome," because our brains don't really grasp or can't perceive negations at a subconscious level, and because you don't want to subtly signal that there was or could be a problem with you doing someone a favor. 2. We hear the question, "Do you want or do you need?" quite frequently, especially when receiving services at stores. For instance, "Do you want a bag?" While you could be saying right now, "I don't get it." What's wrong with saying it? Well, for starters, it can seem condescending to some consumers depending on the volume and way it's said, especially the vendor is repeating it 50 times in a row or is just plain exhausted. Occasionally, the words "do you need" or "do you want" might also imply that there is an issue with someone requesting something again. With the use of these questions, consumers are frequently questioned merely about their preferences rather than additional services, such as whether or not they want sugar in their tea or coffee. Since they previously paid for the service, it really just comes down to their preferences. Instead, asking "would you like" is more polite, global, and professional. It is not only more considerate, but it also works in almost all circumstances. 3. Let's discuss a third. Never ever use the word "unfair" in your place of employment. The unpalatable fact is that fair has never had anything to do with working conditions. In general, life is the same way. If you go to your superior and say, "I don't believe I was treated fairly," or "I think I was treated unfairly," they will probably respond, "Yeah, life is not fair indeed, sweetie pie. It's the finest way to come out as sentimental and unprofessional." Instead, say something like, "I don't believe I was treated equally in this situation." Although no one has ever guaranteed that life or work will be fair, most individuals are very sensitive when it comes to equal opportunities and rights. That is considerably more professional, appropriate, and helpful in professional settings, and it is less likely to fail. 4. We frequently use words like "really" or "very" when we want to give our message more heft, because we believe they will underline and bold our message, making it stronger or more persuasive. Extremely frequently, it's the other way around. The removal of adjectives like "very" or "really" strengthens and polishes our messages. Since they tend to utilize these terms more frequently in their vocal messages, it is a fairly prevalent problem for many women. Men do it too, although less frequently. Stop using these terms to supercharge what you're saying. They end up sounding vague or poor instead, and produce clear, direct statements in the office or in a business environment if you wish to communicate more professionally. It's really dangerous, or it's dangerous seem more grave in your opinion? 5. I can't handle. Never say that out in front of anyone. It gives you the appearance of being a helpless, neurotic, or even toxic victim type of person who behaves more like a pouting adolescent than an adult. It is 10 times better to say, I'm having trouble dealing with. Additionally, you ought to include a query asking for input on this issue. For illustration, suppose you're discussing your team's workings with your manager when you say, Listen, Bob, I'm really struggling to deal with Mark's frequent, unpredictable behaviors. Do you have any recommendations on what I should do? In addition to demonstrating your ability to solve problems, it also makes other people feel needed and valued because you asked for their help rather than just dumping your problems on them. It's a really effective and professional habit. 6. You should refrain from calling someone who is acting out in a professional setting strange, weird, or funny. In addition to sounding unprofessional and having the potential to make that individual act even more irrationally, it might be seen as rude or even insulting. Furthermore, you are only offering your opinion, which is not always desired, sought, or well received in a variety of professional contexts. It is always preferable to use a more neutral and diplomatic phrase, such as I'm noticing a change from. So's regular pattern of behavior whenever you observe someone acting out of the ordinary or otherwise operating outside of what is considered normal behavior or usual behavior. By stating a fact without adding your own viewpoint, you come across as a professional. 7. The 7th item on our list is normal. This adjective's difficulty in being defined and related to is an issue. What does it signify today? What kind of work or business is typical? What type of family is typical? What sort of lifestyle? What kind of automobile? What kind of relationship? What kind of career? Normal. We can't generally say that with objectivity. Moreover, it creates division. When someone is described as normal, the converse is not normal, which may be offensive to others. Saying average or usual is considerably safer and wiser in place of this. It is far more precise, well-defined, and simple to relate to, making it nearly hard to misunderstand and receive incorrectly. 8 up next. And on top of that, a brief discussion on having the correct mindset. You should substitute because for because in your statements. Let's say you lost your job and now it's difficult to make ends meet. You may say, I lost my job because my boss fired me, and now I'm struggling to make a living, or I lost my job because of the bad economy, and now Instead, you should say, because I used to overspend and failed to save enough money to support myself before I can find a new job or start a business. Or because I stopped developing myself and learning new things. My boss was able to find people with higher qualifications than mine who would work for the same money. Doing so teaches your brain not to place the blame on other people and situations and forces you to learn from your own mistakes, weaknesses, and defects instead. Despite the possibility that you actually detest your boss and that your awful circumstances are also due to the current state of the economy, keep in mind that altering your linguistic patterns also affects your thought processes. The next time someone asks you why you're late, instead of abdicating responsibility and making up lame justifications, they're not likely to buy. Substitute because my car engine stopped, for because I neglected to maintain my car beforehand. Simple yet challenging. but starting today is a powerful thing to accomplish. Chapter 10. Verbal Skill. We have a ton of incredible opportunities because of the remarkable power of language. When used effectively, it can steer the conversation in the direction you want it to go, make a wonderful impression, or have an impact on the choices your interlocutors make. You will learn about the linguistic dexterity patterns in this chapter, which will allow you to quickly alter the way most people think. The modification of people's beliefs is one of these patterns' most beneficial applications. I want to discuss the so-called sleight of mouth, which Robert Dilts invented. He made the decision to examine Richard Bandler's The Father of Neurolinguistic Programming, or NLP, most common verbal communication patterns. He adjusted the ones he thought were the most successful to create his own system. Today, therapists and coaches all across the world use the sleight of mouth as a powerful tool for modifying beliefs during a dialogue. In a nutshell, it's a collection of 14 verbal tics that you may employ in just about any conversation. You must choose which of these patterns will work best in a given circumstance because they are independent of one another. Each pattern, in its own unique way, aids in broadening a conversation partner's perspective and horizons and aids in their ability to see new opportunities. By doing this, you can quickly alter your interlocutor's beliefs with a little practice. When people are constrained by their restricted worldview, it provides you the opportunity to assist them. Once you master these patterns, you will be able to convince others that there are other, superior possibilities in addition to their constrained viewpoint. I'm providing all of the patterns with the aid of the illustration of 3 beliefs in an effort to make them all clear to you. You will now be able to relate to situations where these methods are most effective. You will also find a few beliefs at the end of this chapter, which you can later determine for yourself. Here are 3 false beliefs that we shall disprove by applying the patterns. A. Learning a language is challenging. B. NLP is not suitable for our business. C. Making new friends is difficult. 1. The values hierarchy associate a belief with something of greater worth. Visualize the independence and myriad of new opportunities that learning a foreign language can bring you. D. Let's concentrate on how NLP can assist you in dominating your niche and succeeding in the industry. C. Making a small effort to make new friends would bring you a lot of happiness and joy. 2. Objective. Make a good change to your belief's intention. A. This could also imply the importance of being able to learn new languages and the merits of doing so. D. Because of this, it is the ideal time for our business to start considering alternative expansion strategies. It appears that this is a fantastic opportunity to push yourself while simultaneously meeting new, fascinating people. 3. Meaning redefinition. Using new phrases to change the belief's meaning results in a different response. I. Not everyone needs to put in the same amount of time and effort just because one person has been learning Spanish for a long time and has only had average success. B. The issue isn't that NELF doesn't like our company's style or strategy. Just remember that in order for an NLP to be extremely beneficial, it must be applied carefully and sensibly. C. It is irrelevant whether it is difficult or simple to meet new people. Simply said, it is worthwhile to invest a little time and effort in order for the relationships we forge to be mutually beneficial and long-lasting. 4. Repercussions. Show a result that will contradict a belief. Would it be simpler for you to never leave your country or to travel the world with a dictionary in hand, consistently mispronouncing words, abusing the language, and strengthening stereotypes about our country abroad? E. This strategy will prevent our staff from having the chance for speedy and efficient development leading to higher productivity and creativity. C. The more challenging something is, the more valuable it is to finally master it. Otherwise, you risk spending the rest of your life by yourself. 5. Chomp it down. The decline into a degree of greater depth. Find one aspect of your belief that it will be compromised by A. Just because someone has trouble with a different pronunciation does not guarantee that you will as well. B. I have no doubts whatsoever that the strategies for making positive connections with customers can be extremely beneficial and profitable for us. C. What aspect of meeting new people do you find the most challenging? 6. Chop it up. A. Moving to a more broad scale. Make a belief general so that you can examine it from a different angle. A new language must always be learned, but once you do, you will always be able to speak it. B. Do you want to argue that our business should not use excellent client communication by saying this? C. Keep in mind that our interactions with other people give our lives real richness and purpose. 7. An alternative. Find a real-world example that will refute a belief. Learning Spanish was incredibly simple and enjoyable for me. D. I am familiar with a business with a comparable profile to ours. They have been successfully utilizing NLP for a very long time. D. Do you recall how you got to know John? You were completely at ease doing it, and you two got along great right away. 8. Comparison. Use a metaphor or analogy to disprove a claim. I have a friend who claims that everything is challenging. Achieving anything in life is something he hasn't done yet. I used to believe that running my own business wasn't acceptable for me. I currently run a very prosperous business. Just like ants, anthill construction is labor intensive. However, it gives their lives purpose, and that is how this species has endured for hundreds of millions of years. 9. A personal reference. Blame the person possessing the belief by referring to its core component. A. It is difficult for me to accept another just the way you're providing it. B. Does the fact that I regularly utilize NLP make me unsuitable for our company? C. When I have to knock that foolishness out of your skull for another time, it's incredibly hard for me. 10. A distinctive outcome. A. If you plan to rely on others constantly or behave like a traditional dumb tourist overseas, your life will be difficult. B. It is improper to put our business in jeopardy by utilizing antiquated, ineffective methods. C. When you discover that you have no one to turn to, life will be difficult. 11. Frame change. By placing a belief in a different setting, evaluate it. A. If learning languages were so difficult, fewer individuals would be fluent in more than one language, all language schools would go out of business, and people would probably quit traveling on their own. B. From a 5-year perspective, we should consider how implementing NLP approaches in our business can alter our trajectory and boost sales. C. Everyone would be lonely and humans would have long since gone extinct if what you said were true. 12. Metaframe. Create an opinion regarding an opinion. From what I can tell, you must have extensive knowledge how many various languages are learned over the globe. D. Could it be that you weren't taught how to use NLP successfully, making it inappropriate for you specifically? Based on that, I take it that you have already tried to contact everyone on the planet? 13. The world as a model. View a belief from a different angle or from the standpoint of a different worldview. A. You're most likely stating this to excuse yourself from taking any steps to learn a foreign language. B. Numerous well-known and prosperous people claim that NLP is one of the best things to have ever occurred to them. C. The fact that this is a significant difficulty only serves to increase its allure and appeal. 14. Reality-based strategy. Make your listener aware of the reality that, depending on the viewpoint, a single belief might signify a variety of different things. A. What do you actually mean by hard? B. What specifically were you trying to convey to me when you said that NLP is not appropriate? C. How would you define hard? Once you are comfortable with each pattern, you may start applying it to every conversation. The most crucial thing is to actively listen to what the other person has to say. Pay close attention to all they have to say, and depending on the circumstance, adapt your language to fit the circumstance. Some of these patterns and examples might be overconfident in certain situations, while others might be too frail to penetrate someone's mental fortress. When attempting to alter someone's mindset, you sometimes need to be quite delicate, as when speaking to a teacher or professor, for example, and other times you need to unleash all of your mental might. I've occasionally had to employ a number of strategies before eventually succeeding in expressing something to someone. You must decide which of these patterns to utilize because each instance may be completely unique and need that you take into account a variety of factors. You should pay close attention to language cues that suggest someone is incapable of doing anything, that something is too challenging or challenging, that something is impossible, etc. You should practice a lot if you want to be able to use these patterns more naturally. Picking just 2 patterns to practice each day is therefore advised. You ought to have significantly enhanced your capacity to understand the context after some time. When that happens, it will be easy to apply a pattern to a given circumstance. Your intuition will prompt you to speak on topics that are pertinent. Practically everything, including negotiations, chats with clients, conversations with partners, removing doubts from others, inspiring loved ones, and assisting others in finding solutions to their difficulties, these patterns can be applied. Applications are as varied as conversational themes. Choose 1 or 2 patterns each day and practice them. Pay close attention to what occurs when you use each of these patterns in a specific situation. There are 4 more beliefs that can be deconstructed further down the page. Try to solve these on your own. Starting my own business would be hazardous, so I can't do it. Most relationships end in pain. Long walks are monotonous. Only the fortunate succeed in life. Start right away. Chapter 11. The art of giving feedback in a subtle way. How many faults and deficiencies be pointed out to people in a way that encourages improvement rather than causing resentment and demotivation? Feedback is an opinion you give to someone else to let them know how to behave better or how to do a specific activity. Quite frequently, when we try to give someone advice on what they could do better or concentrate on, we end up with the opposite result. Typically, the person becomes even more unhappy or angry and decides not to heed our advice at all. How can we deliver feedback in a way that will make the recipient feel good and inspire them to perform better? Consider the following scenario. Your friend will perform for an audience and present on a specific subject. He takes center stage and starts speaking. You observe his speech from the audience while making notes about everything he does right and everything he could do better. His delivery is poor. He is talking too quickly, has his hands in his pockets, and is not paying attention to his listeners. As soon as the presentation is over, he turns to you and asks, "How was it?" You tell him what went wrong because you want him to perform far better the next time. You should have been staring at the group, not towards the walls of the room. You spoke a touch too hastily, and your motions were a mess. What results from such feedback? By criticizing his performance in this manner, you just point out his flaws and give him depressing emotional information. When your friend experiences a poor emotion, they start to feel lousy and are unlikely to listen to your counsel. He might even become sad, which would make him much more anxious or fearful the next time. However, given that you are his buddy and only want the best for him, you might be wondering why he acts in this manner. So, how do we actually provide feedback? First of all, you need to be aware that for someone to learn something, they need to be in a happy emotional state. Positive emotion is motivation. Even if you prefer so-called negative motivation and are driven by unpleasant things, the concept of motivation is still constructive. In most circumstances, you will simply demotivate someone if you solely point out their flaws and give them bad feelings. When people are unhappy, they cannot learn successfully. The goal in this situation is to connect constructive feelings with feedback that details what has to be done differently. Sandwich reviews, instead of conveying negative thoughts when providing criticism, we can stimulate others by using the sandwich approach. If you've ever watched Shark Tank on television, you'll be familiar with how the sharks typically provide comments to people before or after rejecting their deals, though occasionally it can be cruel. There are 3 steps to this model. 1. A feeling of well-being. When offering feedback, you must first let the recipient know they did a good job. You can say something like, "This is what should have been done. Congratulations, good job, you did great," and a great performance. You wouldn't exclaim, "Wow, if this person's performance had been blatantly subpar, would you?" They will assume you are making fun of them if you say anything like, "What a revelation." You can just remark, "Good job, congrats on your first try." In that situation, tell them about 2 or 3 things they did well after receiving the initial approval. Give concrete instances. "You really knew the topic well," you can exclaim. Or, "Great job speaking loud enough." Thank them for their effort. Making them feel good right away is important. States of happiness and relaxation boost learning and motivation. How can it be improved? In the second step, you point out all their mistakes while still using a supportive tone. You don't say what they did wrong, but rather what they can do to improve. Instead of saying, "You were talking too fast," you say, "You could have spoken a little more slowly. The audience would have understood you much better." You should say, "You could have been a little more polite," in place of, "You were ill-mannered." You can also already provide that person with the answer to their specific difficulty. For instance, you can give advice to a buddy of yours who struggles to make connections with new individuals after speaking to someone new. "Listen, man, all you really need to do to improve your relationships with others is to occasionally smile. You need to be more honest with them. Do so more frequently and pay close attention to what they have to say. It might not be sufficient to just state what the person needs to do better. If you have the necessary information, it is worthwhile to provide the person with urgent instructions on how to fix the issue so that it won't happen again." 3. Feeling happy. You invoke happiness and relaxation once more as you close the chat. "Well, like I said, you did great overall," you could say. You'll need some more praise in the conclusion. What would the circumstance at the beginning of the chapter look like if I were to apply the earlier example? This is what you could tell your friend who just gave his first speech in public using sandwich feedback. "It was a really great presentation, so not awful. Everyone enjoyed your delivery of this joke, including myself. You obviously know a lot about this subject. Your speaking pace is undoubtedly one of the things you could have improved upon. I would suggest that you do so. Take a few deep breaths before you speak. This will help you to calm down and allow you to talk more slowly. Don't forget to maintain eye contact with others. They'll be able to tell that you're speaking to them personally. You may also practice your hand movements a little bit. I just finished reading a fantastic book about body language. Tomorrow, I'll bring it to you. But overall, this was a fantastic performance. Congratulations! What reaction do you think your friend would have to this message when he hears these remarks? How will he react? Was he sad? Or was he more inclined to exclaim, "Wow, cool"? I'll make an effort to make these better. Thanks. A new means of communication with an entirely different outcome. You instead give people a beautiful gift in the shape of constructive criticism and a lot of incentives so they can start implementing the advice right away and, as a result, have the opportunity to get better at what they do. It might not be a reflection of the harshest truth, but it does offer them the chance to improve in what they do. As a result, you will observe a fierce desire for progress rather than sadness and a lack of motivation for growth. The so-called sandwich feedback is applicable in a variety of situations. Students can use it to inspire and instruct peers who are having trouble with approaching exams. You can give folks advice on how to perform better at concerts or deliver better presentations in public. If you are a parent, you can use it to encourage your kids without putting undue pressure on them. When utilized properly with children, it can have excellent educational results. You may use sandwich feedback as a teacher to inspire your students. You can tell your staff what they need to perform better as a CEO or manager without upsetting and aggravating them, preventing conflict in the workplace. You have many varied opportunities to support your family and friends as a son, daughter, brother, or sister. Now, consider how you can immediately put this information to work in real-world scenarios. Offering harsh messages when all we want to do is ask individuals to improve their behavior is something else that's important to consider in the context of offering feedback. We frequently assume that individuals know more than we do, or that they understand our thoughts and feelings when we wish to communicate something significant. For instance, this employee has a good position in this company, or our relationship is wonderful. The other side might not be aware of this, though. Have there ever been times when your supervisor asked you to speak for a moment and you knew they intended to share something significant with you, causing your self-talk to become louder and louder? What is the issue? What does he wish to convey to me? Am I being let go? Then, after 5 minutes, the manager informed you that you shouldn't leave the office 30 minutes sooner and should complete your day by doing something else. You utter the phrase, "Ooh, am I not let go?" Such a relief, okay? Wait. How did he respond? It's critical to allay any fears a person may be harboring at the outset of a conversation. If you want them to pay attention to you and if you don't want to trigger any unfavorable reactions or behaviors, you may say to your employee, "Bob, you know that you are a great employee and that you have a great future with us, but I just wanted to ask you to." As an example, alternatively, you may say, "Honey, you know I love you and I see my entire future with you, but I would really appreciate it if you could please stop." By doing this, you can soothe their emotions and slow their internal dialogue. When you even somewhat suspect someone might be unsure about your relationship with them, about a potential ending to a scenario, etc., do this. You'll spend less time and effort as a result. It is also a very refined action to take. Asking someone to assist you with work is another excellent way to start a difficult conversation with them and cause them to let down their guard a little. For instance, if you want to have a difficult conversation with your children, you may pay them to help you paint the fence or ask them to help you create a salad or another food in order to increase their concentration. By doing so, You lower their guard and encourage them to listen more intently and intuitively when they are concentrating on a particular activity. It's far simpler to begin the talk without escalating the conflict. Additionally, you should eliminate as many distractions as you can, such as smartphones, computers, TVs, etc. You can even use it at work by asking a worker or colleague to assist you with file organization, moving boxes, etc. Instead of just saying, "Hey Daniel, see you in my office in 5. This is a far better plan." You'll be astonished at how successful it may be if you give it a try. The final point I want to make in this chapter is how to effectively handle criticism and unfavorable feedback. When someone criticizes your work or provides you with unfavorable comments, it's important to keep in mind that your physical actions have an impact on your emotional state as well. We frequently have a tendency to block off when someone criticizes us. The capacity to take in harsh criticism, however, is a skill that is highly valued and respected in many workplaces. You should first lift your head, straighten your spine, reposition your shoulders, and open your chest. You need to be physically receptive to that message in order to intellectually be receptive to the critique. You can and should master this talent, even though it's not simple, but is really useful and vital. The next thing you need to do is respond to the critical feedback. If your supervisor informed you your work report is too short and I don't like the way you worded it, then I'll take that as a no. Its existing form is incompatible with mine. The issue is that it's too brief, and my wording has to be improved, you might say. Here, you must criticize the individual again. You should close by posing problem-solving query. For instance, you might ask, "Will you accept it if I add another 2,000 words and rephrase it?" Another strategy is to ask, "All right, if I could show you evidence to support my belief that my work report is long enough and straight to the point, that it doesn't require much time for our employees to read, and that the language I used will be easy for them to understand, would you then be willing to accept it?" So let's sum everything up. You should be transparent with your body language, confirm that you got what was stated, and then outline the steps to take in order to remedy the issue. If you practice doing this, people will view you as a much more skilled, knowledgeable, and competent speaker. Bonus section: Successful networking. Consider the relationships in your social network that are work-related. Who works alongside you on your projects? Do you manage everything on your own, or do you have folks you can depend on for assistance and support at any time? This is significant since you never know who you'll meet at conferences, seminars, meetings, or even over a delicious lunch break who might turn out to be your next great business partner. How can we transform a brief acquaintance into a long-lasting and productive business partnership? Your goals may be realized much more quickly if you have the capacity to build networks of contacts. It is a wonderful chance to get outside of your comfort zone. Your general knowledge will be enriched and your interpersonal skills will be greatly improved by meeting people from other sectors. When you're seeking business partners, employees, or clients, networking is most helpful. When seeking new employers and career prospects, it's critical for people with normal day jobs to boost their standing inside the organization, or when forming a vital new professional relationship. Here are my top 11 relationship building strategies, many of which lead to the successful cooperative implementation of projects. 1. Hang out with intriguing folks. Step outside of your home now. No time-related justification should be used. Attend a conference or live event instead. Look for a group that brings together people who are passionate about a certain line of work. Investigate the meeting section of LinkedIn. You may check the upcoming meetings, events, free lectures, conferences, etc. by choosing your city. Consider using meetup.com as well. 2. Recognize the kind of relationships you require. The variety of contacts in a network is its greatest strength. Consider that you are creating a business and that your connections are helping you establish it gradually. You call your lawyer friend for legal guidance when you need it. You send a brief email to a coworker who is an accountant if you have queries about billing, because you assisted your friend who works for an interactive firm. A few weeks ago, he will create the logo for your business. It is simpler to accomplish your own objectives the more varied your network of relationships becomes. 3. Distributing business cards frequently is not what networking is all about. The least significant component is this. In the modern online world, someone who wants to find you can do it without this piece of paper. The distribution of business cards does not correspond to the number of established business contacts, despite what the majority of people's conduct would have you believe. Only distribute business cards if doing so actually opens up new opportunities. Leave it in your pocket or bag if there is no need for it. Even though they are one of the less significant pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, your business or contact cards should be well prepared if you decide to use them. Graphic design and the substance they are printed on should both demonstrate your attention to detail and commitment to excellence. It would be great if you engaged a qualified graphic designer to create a straightforward yet original design for your business cards. Your picture should be on the card because it will help people remember you. Always use premium paper for your business cards. In the details lies the devil. 4. Act as the starter. Don't allow justifications to keep you from acting. Most people are always willing to have a little conversation or even a longer one. You assume the role of a leader because you start the dialogues. Your conversation partner will get the sense that they are speaking with a self-assured individual who finds it easy to approach people and create a network of contacts. During conferences, I frequently strike up a discussion by posing a general, open-ended question like, "Which presentation have you enjoyed the most so far?" Take note of how that query encourages the respondent to adopt a favorable emotional state. In order to chat with a speaker at a conference, simply approach them when they're taking a break and ask them a few questions about their line of work. This is the procedure. "Hello, your name?" You say as you approach a person. "Why did you come here?" It's one of those perennial queries that is always open for discussion. After a brief delay, you respond, for example, "How do you guys know each other?" If there are multiple people present or you saw that individual chatting to someone else, or any other general inquiry, then you continue the discussion as it naturally flows, for instance. That's cool. So what do? If you have something wonderful to say about that individual, it might be a good idea to also mention something about them. As in, "I get the impression that you are a very easygoing and relaxed, yet very professional person, and that you're really serious about what you do." Naturally, you shouldn't use that if you've only just begun speaking with someone and know nothing about them. But if you've known them for a while, have been conversing for a while, or if they've given a lecture, speech, or presentation, that's a great way to start a conversation. No one loves to be questioned, so always keep in mind to only ask a few questions before making a statement based on what they say. "It was nice meeting you." If you have to or want to end the conversation, just mention that. "We enjoyed our conversation and we'll see you around." Allow yourself to go forward. Even famous people and primary event participants will be pleased to speak with you if they have the time, and the conversation might turn into something priceless and significant. Easy peasy. 5. Place relationships over money. It is remarkable how frequently people, whether in casual relationships or professional networking, focus only on the chance of achieving benefits from partnerships. The relationship with another person is most crucial when creating a network of contacts. Dealing with someone they know and like is preferable. Therefore, it is best to put off the possibility of cooperating or trading favors in any form. Focus on getting to know each other if you just have a brief conversation with a new acquaintance. If you want, try to schedule a follow-up meeting at the conclusion of the session, but hold off before launching the heavy cannons. I like to get to know new people better at first when they are enthusiastic and full of ideas. Working with someone I don't really know is not something I will choose. Be direct and avoid utilizing magic bullets. Smoothly or accidentally bringing up the subject that interests you the most if you have some extremely important business on your mind and you truly can't wait to share it. Without a solid foundation of a human relationship, networking frequently takes the form of simple business conversations. Sometimes things can work out okay, but it will be far more difficult to establish a long-term partnership on that basis. 6. Pay attention to the human factor. Be approachable. To keep in mind what is significant in their lives. Pay close attention to what they say and make mental notes as you listen. Pose intriguing queries to them. Allow them to share with you their endeavors, interests, or aspirations. Don't think that talking a lot will win people around you. This presumption is wrong. Here, listening skills are much more crucial. You'll come across as a reliable speaker if you show genuine attention. If the chance arises, when asked about your hobbies and projects, be sure to share them. You become distracted and unable to properly focus on what your interlocutor is saying if you wait until you can finally add the tale about yourself. In the end, the quality of your encounter with someone is what matters, not the specifics of your talk. You will undoubtedly sense anything that ignites. 7. Always seek a win-win outcome. This is creating circumstances on purpose that are advantageous to both parties, not just you. Be the first to add value as well. You should prepare a list of things you can offer these people to better their situation before the chance to start a new business connection. Knowledge, contacts, talents, time, advice, and even a good or service can be used as currency. It's likely that as the chat progresses, it becomes clear that your other participants face a challenge or problem. Try, if you can, to assist them by offering your viewpoint, suggestions, or resources. This is how Cialdini's reciprocity norm functions. People you helped will feel compelled to lend a helping hand. 8. Be truthful. Genuineness is a unique quality that can aid in the development of successful business connections. Avoid attempting to create a network of contacts based on a personality that isn't truly yours or a personality that is acting differently. It is not a good idea to collaborate with someone who perceives you to be someone other than who you truly are. I'm not necessarily referring to simply pretending to be a rocket scientist when in reality, you're only a clerk, but rather to lying to someone in order to present yourself in a favorable light. Even if you believe that lying or telling a partial truth will benefit you in a particular circumstance, perhaps because you will sell more goods or advance more quickly in your career. Do not get into this delusion. It frequently backfires. True and honest relationships are always the cornerstone of successful enterprises. 9. Take care of the contacts you already have. You are not required to meet with each person once a week as a result. The importance of maintaining a relationship after it has been created cannot be overstated, though. If not, it will eventually shrivel up and disappear. Due to the volume of projects I often manage, it has always been a significant issue for me. But I've discovered that it doesn't always take a lot of time. You could opt for brief follow-ups or reminder emails. Send a brief note and inquire as to what is happening. Slimmed-down version. Hey, we met at the XYZ in ABC 2 days ago. How did the start of a new work week go? You're undoubtedly working overtime to get your new enterprise off the ground. Many thanks for the helpful advice. It was lovely meeting you, and I look forward to speaking with you in person soon. Please let me know if there is any way I can assist you. On Skype, you can even suggest a certain time for an appointment or a quick chat. 10. Maintain an organized list of your contacts. It suffices to use a straightforward Excel spreadsheet. Sort it into categories to make it easier for you to find the person you're looking for. Save all pertinent data, including name and surname, and contact information, phone and email addresses, websites, and, if applicable, any further comments. If you can, provide a tiny photo of that person. Browse your register occasionally to stay current. If you haven't contacted somebody for a while, it will be a lot simpler for you to assess whether it would be worthwhile to do so. 11. Look for people that live close to you and have a lot of contacts. They might act as a kind of door to fresh connections. Look at this. Perhaps you already live with someone who fits this description. Simply inquire about it if you require someone who holds a particular career. Keep in mind the traditional rule of reciprocity and offer your contact information as well. Always prioritize individuals and genuine, authentic interactions with them. Let the second plan's potential gains and advantages continue. They will eventually materialize. Chapter 13. How to have special and memorable conversations. How frequently do you engage in talks that you would characterize as engaging or clever? Do you routinely converse with others in a way that satisfies your spirit, makes your mind tingle in a nice way, and leaves you feeling completely satisfied? Even a simple conversation can leave an impression. I'll demonstrate to you how to develop your communication abilities in this chapter. With the help of these clever techniques, you will be able to add something special to every conversation, whether it be casual, business-related, or a negotiation. I recently attended this fascinating presentation on emotional intelligence. I had a little talk with another training participant during one of the lunch breaks. He was a few years older than I was. Since I hadn't had a chance to get to know him better before, I was expecting this chat to be very standard and even a little bit like dull small talk. Rarely can you be so off. It occurred to me right away that our discussion would not begin with the usual cliched small talk between two strangers. Every topic we covered somehow related to the issues that were most important to me at the time, and I was forced to adopt a radically different way of thinking and view the situation as a whole. I frequently needed to pause and think about my answers before I could come to a significant and insightful conclusion. This conversation gave my intellect a good exercise and was frequently punctuated by fits of laughing, which helped to jog my memory for a very long time. Since then, I've often pondered why certain talks are simply time fillers like typical chat, while others can be a singular, nearly mystical experience. I suddenly understood that a lot depends on me while I'm having a discussion. Thanks to mindful observation, attentive listening to others' conversations, and testing out several new ideas, I can alter its tone, shift its focus, enthrall a listener, or ask them to respond to intriguing, difficult, or problematic questions. I have a wide range of abilities which makes me a fascinating topic of conversation. The most intriguing part is that it applies to conversations with friends as well. Just think of how effective and practical it could be in business or during negotiations. I'll demonstrate the 11 best strategies for making a conversation interesting in this chapter, with examples and references to more comprehensive knowledge sources on each. They are all succinctly outlined below. Discover, try, and evaluate the results. 1. The matrix of entry should be used. You can determine how it will be received by using a solid conversation opener. If you begin by saying, "Dude, yesterday something absolutely amazing happened to me," the listener will consider the entire content of your speech to be outstanding. The same information would be perceived as more informative than unbelievable if you said, "Man, yesterday something extremely instructive happened to me," as opposed to, "That was incredible. What are the advantages of knowing about this? I have a really cool proposition for you." Or focus, because what I tell you in a moment will really give you food for thought. There are a ton of chances available. Always remember to use a matrix of the entrance at the beginning of a conversation or any time the topic of the conversation shifts or is about to. You may always be sure that your message will be understood the way you intended it, thanks to this straightforward correction. You merely place it in a suitable frame. 2. Recount events and employ metaphors. Analogies are a fantastic tool for psychotherapies, but they are also highly helpful in regular conversations. An appropriate story or metaphor functions as a skeleton key to the other person's mind. It will be sufficient if you consider a case from your own life that is comparable to the recent occurrence you and your interlocutor were discussing. Then you simply continue by saying, "It reminds me of a similar story," or "It is just as if it," etc. Typically, it should intrigue and inspire imagination in your listeners. 3. Ascertain the values and beliefs of your interlocutor. Identify this person's values and learn what they believe about the world. When talking about more serious life-related subjects or within the first few minutes of a conversation, it is simple to notice. For instance, the other person may begin to discuss their thoughts, convictions, life philosophy, and point of view on important issues like families, sports, money, careers, education, religion, and politics, although you should really steer clear of that subject in your chats. You can establish rapport with your interlocutor by demonstrating to them that you share their viewpoint while also demonstrating that theirs is not wholly necessary. Doing so would likely come off as fake if your viewpoint is completely different. Simply steering the conversation toward subjects that are significant to this person will do. Everyone enjoys discussing the significant events in their lives. You hit the target if you can steer the conversation in a new direction by talking about subjects that are significant to and fascinating to both you and your conversation partner. Even if the person you're speaking with has different values from yours, is on different socioeconomic strata, is much younger or older, etc., it's typically still achievable. You can be sure that this person will become more involved in the conversation and immerse themselves more fully if you show interest in these subjects. 4. Recognize the metaprograms of your interlocutor. Metaprograms are unique thought filters. Knowing more about the thought processes of the person with whom you are conversing allows you to use that information extremely effectively, such as to strongly encourage or motivate them to do something, or refrain from doing something, or refrain from doing something. More information about this subject is available in the chapter titled Metaprograms. 5. Have fun and sing for yourself. Avoid making it dull and lifeless, because doing so will quickly put your listener to sleep. You must make your voice engaging by modulating it. At times, speak loudly before becoming quieter. Occasionally more quickly, other times more slowly. Use stops to create a sense of intense intrigue and mystery. Alter the intonation you use. If it isn't disrespectful, you can occasionally impersonate someone's voice or do character impressions from movies and cartoons to make others laugh, unless you have no stand-up or acting experience, in which case wait till you teach them a little. It will soon be a great delight for everyone to listen to you speak if you continue to practice and pay attention to your voice. It is a very excellent idea to occasionally record your monologues because you cannot hear the true sound of your voice. You should also consider joining a Toastmasters club or taking acting or public speaking training. You may join many of these activities on websites like Meetup, Calm, and other locations online. Don't. Second, guess it. These are incredibly practical skills for daily life, business, and your profession, and you'll probably meet a lot of wonderful people as well. 6. Pose probing inquiries about the subject. Only by asking insightful questions, which, by the way, is a fantastic mental exercise, on which you may gain far more knowledge about the subject and your speaker, are you able to steer entire talks. Ask your interlocutor any questions you have about their speech's subject while they pause. People love when someone genuinely listens to them, and they adore talking about themselves, so when they react, pay close attention and actively participate in what they are saying. 7. Pose original questions. A unique question will set your conversation apart from the rest, engage the speaker's creativity, and get you thinking. Some examples. What would you do with your life if you were given a set passive income of $40,000 each and every month? Which dreams would you pursue? How do you envision your life in 3 years? What was the best day of your life? What was the best day of your life? What makes you laugh the most? If there were no restrictions, what would you want to do in 5 minutes? And similar questions. There are countless possibilities for such inquiries. Your imagination is the only limit. Such a simple query can occasionally be sufficient to start a really intriguing debate. 8. Arouse emotions. Engage a variety of emotions. Make sure your conversations are filled with joy, laughing, occasional conflict, and occasionally intrigue, mystery, and fascination. In order to break the emotional state, you can also use the so-called emotional roller coaster technique. Just be careful not to it. You don't want your interlocutors to become depressed or teary, and instead, tell them about something very uplifting, soothing, and joyful. Strong feelings compel communication and put both parties in a state of flow, which makes it easier to speak without planning your words. Instead of just talking to each other, you actually engage in a discussion where both parties are totally attentive and in the present. It is very useful at the start when you get to meet someone or want to be remembered, but you don't want to misuse it and use it every time you speak to someone. How do you elicit feelings? The greatest plan is to experience them firsthand. If you want the other person to feel intrigued, first feel it yourself before you begin to inform them about something. They will immediately begin experiencing feelings that are quite similar to those you are currently experiencing because of the so-called mirror neurons. 9. Lead discussions. Have you become weary of chatting about the same subject for too long? Do you currently have a far more intriguing thought? You may steer talks in the desired direction with a little creative thinking. The sole requirement is that you catch specific passages of your interlocutor's speech and build a new thread on top of it. If someone mentions how dreadful it was to spend 2 weeks in the hospital last year, for instance, you can respond, 1 month ago, I also had the misfortune of spending several days there. Almost all of that time was spent on my laptop viewing movies. Have you recently seen any good movies? You can respond, well, you're right, our government could work more efficiently, but that doesn't change the fact that our country is extremely beautiful. I went to the mountains recently and you won't believe what happened to me. When someone constantly complains about how bad the situation in our country is, and you don't feel like listening to it for the 5th time in a row. Another illustration would be if your counterpart focuses excessively on the high cost of your offering when you are negotiating. You may state that the product's superior quality is fully justified by the price. Please note the rare materials used to create this product. We are the best in terms of quality. Such tasks might initially appear challenging to you, but once you see the big picture, they become simple. You can switch topics of conversation as often as you'd like with a little practice. 10. End the discussion at the ideal time. Completely exhausting a topic and ending the conversation when there is nothing else to say is not an art, since it puts you in an unfavorable emotional state. When there is still some desire, interest, or another positive feeling comes to an end. After you finish talking, this emotion should linger in your interlocutor's mind for a while, causing them to reflect on your pleasant chat. Furthermore, it'll probably prompt them to return for more in order to sate their hunger. 11. Establish good relations. The last and most crucial point is that you can create a special atmosphere of trust throughout every conversation by matching both nonverbal, body language, voice tone or modulation, and breathing, and verbal experiences, beliefs, and values, components of communication. After finding a favorable match, you can take the initiative and start pointing. The other person will then follow. Using any of these techniques to have a unique conversation will be much easier if you have a good rapport. You will be pleasantly astonished by the excellent outcomes you'll obtain once you discover how to employ all of the aforementioned in your interactions. In reality, only a handful of these concepts, the ones you like the most, need to be mastered in order to improve the majority of your encounters. Make careful you learn it in steps. It won't be effective to attempt to learn all of these concepts at once. Pick one technique per day and use it in every interaction. You will establish new, long-lasting habits of successful communication as a result of this. Chapter 14. Rapport, the art of great communication. Do you wish to learn the secret of successful communication? Would you like to learn how to easily connect with others on a subtle thread of understanding? You may establish an environment of mutual respect, cooperation, and trust with the help of good rapport, which will make the individuals you communicate with feel comfortable, safe, and at ease. Truth is, we like individuals who are like us, enabling us to trust them most. And the knowledge which you will now acquire will give you the power to create in your interlocutors the sense that you both transmit on the same wavelength. Pause to reflect. Who do you enjoy spending time with the most? Do these individuals speak and act in a similar manner to you and share your ideas, beliefs, and interests? Of course, this is not a rule. But this is the person that you typically get along with the best. Being able to immediately build such a profound connection and understanding is essential in business, therapy, and sales, in addition to interpersonal relationships. In this chapter, I'll go into detail about what precisely rapport is and how to build that bridge to a deeper understanding in order to make people feel at ease around us, gain their trust, and encourage them to be a little more forthcoming. By doing this, you provide them and yourself a chance to establish a solid relationship in much less time. The fastest method to develop a strong rapport between two interlocutors is to create an atmosphere of trust and understanding. You will discover the fundamentals of so-called mirroring and what leading entails in this chapter. Even if two people are speaking the Martian language, we can typically determine whether communication between them is harmonic or awkward and chaotic, because nonverbal communication, particularly body language and our voice, make up a significant portion of the overall communication process. I'll start with an illustration. Visualize a couple dining at a table. He takes a comfortable seat. His legs are extended and erect while he is seated on the chair. Pockets with hands and silent breathing. Gently and slowly speaks. She looks considerably more uneasy. Muscles are stiff from hunching over when sitting. Crossed and bowed legs. Fists clenched and on the table. The fury is audible in her loud, rapid-fire speech. What kind of relationship do you think these two have? Do they communicate and work together effectively? Imagine a second pair now. Both people are seated at a table, facing one another. They are holding hands and have their arms on the table. They share a similar expression as they exchange glances. They both have extremely similar speech patterns, warm, calm, and clear. Do they feel at ease? Is there more peace, trust, and less tension between them now? We can infer from these two instances that these individuals' body language is unconscious. It changes to reflect the connections between these two people. According to NLP, you have a conscious influence over such things. In this manner, you can alter your speech and body language to convey comprehension and make real eye contact with the other person. To build rapport and acquire trust, you might adapt to a person's gestures and speaking style. This ability comes in very handy in almost every aspect of life where you interact with others. In other words, rapport is the ability to adapt your body language and voice tone to the person you are speaking to. It involves imitating your interlocutor's conduct to some extent. However, as you will learn later, this is not intended to be a conventional imitation, so bear that in mind. Such conduct is referred to as mirroring in psychology. The intention is to achieve harmony and synchronicity so that you can develop profound and effective knowledge. How to build relationships. Now let me demonstrate how you can change your behavior to more closely resemble the person you are speaking to. Adjust your posture such that it reflects the other person's attitude. You have complete control over the following: body language and general posture. The body was relaxed and either closed or open, curled or spread out. Do the same for anyone who is lying on their back. Change your posture by adjusting your arms, legs, sitting position, etc. Gestures. You don't want to make the same gestures repeatedly. You should approach things differently, but with the same vigor or quietness. Adjust them with grace and elegance, keeping in mind that you need to be very discreet and undetectable. A person's expression. Do not always grin when you are speaking to someone who is depressed. However, you don't have to have the same expression. It only needs to convey the same range of feelings. Make eye contact. Do not fix your gaze on someone who briefly avoids your eyes in order to glance at you. Giving the person some space and breaking eye contact will make them feel better. Another very crucial point to keep in mind is that we have been socialized for thousands of years to interpret extended eye contact as an aggressive indicator. So always keep in mind that while eye contact is nice, too much of it is bad. Never stare someone in the eyes for more than 7 seconds straight. Even though we've been trained to stare people in the eyes in Western culture, it's a common communication rookie error and kind of a creepy thing to do. Additionally, keep in mind that opening your eyes too wide can be an indication of violence or psychosis. Rate of voice speech. Imagine a meeting between a girl who speaks slowly and a man who always speaks clearly and swiftly. Do you believe their ability to connect will be simple? Spoken pauses. Speak to your discussion partner in a similar manner if they clearly pause between words or sentences. If the pauses were omitted, your message wouldn't be understood by that person. Your voice's tonality. Learn how to adjust the tone of your voice so that it matches the person you're speaking with. Emotions are a crucial point. Many people make the error of smiling and acting joyfully when they are trying to soothe someone else. It has the exact opposite effect. The victim can become even more incensed by your upbeat comfort. If you wish to reassure them, make an effort to comprehend their situation and express your sympathies. By adjusting your feelings, you will help that individual feel better, Only after developing strong connection can you start to gradually shift to a more joyous attitude and guide the other person toward greater well-being. The depth and rate of breathing. Sometimes, synchronizing breathing can be a very powerful motivator for developing a quick and meaningful rapport. How can one see the breath of another person? Observe their arms, chest, or nose. You'll be able to observe how rapidly and deeply they breathe. Words. Some people express themselves using precise terms like just, exactly, likewise, etc. When speaking with them, occasionally using these words can be really helpful. You can establish rapport verbally by matching the interlocutor's experiences. You can benefit from the important function that the sharing of experiences plays in the communication process. Always consider how you may apply the events and experiences your partner describes to your own life when you hear about them. Sometimes it suffices if only a small portion of the experience is similar. It need not be an exact replica. If you come across a circumstance like this in your life, tell the person about it. An illustration of how experiences are not always the same as when someone describes how they fractured their arm while riding a bike. It is a fantastic opportunity to bring up any finger breaks you may have sustained while playing basketball. When I am working with an individual client, I frequently use it. When, for instance, my client begins to describe how great his internal monologues keep him from falling asleep, I will undoubtedly say that I once faced a problem very similar to his and that I was able to find a solution. This will let him know that I had a similar experience and could assist him. A key component of rapport is matching experiences since it gives the appearance that two individuals have shared experiences in the past. Values and beliefs. Try to determine what kind of principles this individual is governed by when you are speaking with them. Try to ascertain what matters the most to them. For instance, if their value system prioritizes health, you could say something like, "Health is extremely important indeed because it allows us to enjoy everything else we are given in life, etc." Very straightforward yet powerful. Where else might you apply it? You can look up the interviewer's social media profiles before the job interview. Does your future boss practice any religion? You can talk about your travels throughout South America and how amazed you were by the devotion that people displayed there, as well as how proud you were of it. Trust me, it works fantastically. Field tested. The beliefs of your conversation partner are contained in the deep brain structures, and their reflection has a direct impact on the physiology of the person you are speaking with. The usage of phrases like "I believe that," "it seems to me that," or "I'm sure," as well as other expressions of thoughts and perspectives on the world around us that are communicated in a variety of ways, reveal someone's beliefs. It's crucial to understand how they feel about the subject. Reaffirming your caller's maps encourages them to open up to you, which is essential for developing long-lasting connections. When you converse with a friend and learn, for instance, that they think charitable endeavors like aiding orphan children are worthwhile investments, you can demonstrate to them that you share their viewpoint. Of all, the goal here isn't to always concur with everyone. A debate may begin with an exchange of beliefs that are completely at odds with one another. However, utilize it anytime you think it will be helpful. Distinctive expressions. People frequently have a linguistic repertoire of frequently used words and phrases. This has to do with how the mind encodes information. In reality, just, exactly, or absolutely are a few examples of phrasing that you might pick up on and use occasionally to communicate to your interlocutor's subconscious that you speak their language. Just be careful not to overdo it, because if you do, your interlocutor might assume that you are making fun of them because they will become conscious of it. Words that are distinctive and relate to a particular sense. We utilize words and phrases that have similar meanings when we communicate, such as "it is clear to me," "I feel it," or "it sounds great." They stand for a different sense, though. The sense of sight is the first, followed by the sense of emotion and the sense of hearing. One of them is typically used when individuals speak. Words like clear, simple, "I can see," and a perspective can be used to indicate when someone is speaking more visually, while "I feel," "hard," "hold," "smoothly," "touch," etc., can indicate when someone is speaking more intuitively. There are 3 main types of sensory perceptions you can determine from a person based on how they communicate with others. Visual. People whose sensory perception is visual would tend to use seeing phrases like "my vision is clear," "I see what you mean," and "your future is bright," as well as words like view, imagine, color, hazy, clear, or outlook. Auditory. People who experience the world via their ears prefer to utilize hearing expressions like "I hear you," "she scratched the floor," "his voice was sharp," and "I'm listening to you," as well as verbs like listen, talk, discuss, hear, sound, and call, among others. Additionally, they frequently use words like loud, noisy, beeping, and ticking to describe how something sounds. Kinesthetic. People with kinesthetic sensory perception often use feeling expressions like "I feel that is the best way to do it," "my feelings do not support this," "she was warmly welcoming," "I feel that," "I can't grasp that," or "I fear that," as well as words like touch, feel, afraid, fear, warm, cool, rough, smooth, wet, etc. Pay attention to these specifics and learn to modify your speaking style as necessary. To make it easier and more natural for you to utilize these longer phrases in actual discussions, you can first practice making longer sentences that have a characteristic of each of the aforementioned types of sensory perception. Choose one of those methods to employ in your subsequent talk. Then give a different one a try and see how it works for you. Every time, concentrate on just one thing to train your brain to understand what to pay attention to when someone else is speaking. As a result, you will gradually learn the skill and eventually be able to utilize it on your own. You will therefore be able to change yourself in each of these ways simultaneously, which will make you a much better communicator. Additionally, I'll discuss several verbal patterns that frequently reoccur as well as models of thought, how to spot them, and how to put this knowledge to use. It is crucial to keep in mind to be watchful and meticulous when you talk and listen to others. We will discuss other components of verbal rapport in the chapters Metaprograms and Metamodel. Aside from the fact that I made a long time ago commitment to pay close attention to other people's words, I would frequently find myself in circumstances where, at some point, I failed to pay attention to the language structure and instead turned the autopilot on, losing sight of my objective in the conversation. But over time, I learned to be present and pay attention to what the other person was saying. I found it quite simple to notice the beliefs and values, experiences, and particular words and phrases pertaining to the senses. Just keep in mind that it's another talent you can develop. With this knowledge, you have several opportunities. As soon as you can, begin using it in your life and use it efficiently. The most important things to keep in mind when establishing relationships. 1. It's not necessary to mimic what the other person does in order to establish a rapport. Under no circumstances is it about the usual copying, overacting, and mimicking. Your subtle and undetectable activities are the key to success. 2. If you don't make the adjustment abruptly, it will be subtle. Slowly and carefully, go about it step by step. Make sure the other person cannot see what you are doing. Initial matching could take up to 2 minutes. 3. You don't have to, and actually shouldn't, Match anything. Choose the specifics that you can readily match after first observing and noting what the person's most obvious trait is. 4. You cannot immediately harmonize an element if there is a chance that it will be too obvious. For instance, you might shake your body in response to someone else's tense hand movements. A quick hand motion might be reflected in a quick speech. 5. Keep in mind that in order to fit well with someone, you must first pay attention to all of their nonverbal cues. Therefore, observe before you try to establish a rapport. Learn to observe the various components of human behavior and then do this observation again. 6. Watch how your caller responds. Check to see whether your activities have made them feel more at ease. The signals could be diverse, such as enhanced understanding of your communications, smiling, opening up to your suggestions, a visible improvement in mood, etc. Since every person is unique, you must maintain your adaptability and awareness. When establishing rapport, never take anything for granted. 7. Rapport can be used to describe any aspect of interpersonal communication. The key is that you ought to make an effort to communicate in your interlocutor's language. Each of us uses a unique symbolic language in all facets of our lives. Take appreciation as an illustration, for instance. Imagine receiving a bottle of a fine bourbon or red wine from a coworker as a thank you gift for helping with his assignment. If someone said thank you to me in this way, I would be overjoyed, but my cousin, for example, might feel a little underwhelmed since in his language. Showing people you appreciate them by spending time with them, not by giving them things, is how you express your gratitude. Of course, lovely, but why don't we just go out and you buy me a couple of beers at the bar rather than just handing me something and leaving? Simply put, it's not his language. If you want to communicate effectively, express your gratitude to individuals in their language, provided you've known them for a long enough period of time. For instance, my beloved wife enjoys being surprised a lot. No matter how much I love her, she still feels a little neglected when I don't positively surprise her every so often. And it doesn't have to involve buying things. She just loves the surprise factor and unpredictability shown in many different ways. She appreciates it when I buy her a gift for a special occasion. Treat people how they want to be treated, rather than how you would like to be treated. That's a crucial lesson in rapport to keep in mind. Leading. Leading is a part of the rapport notion in addition to matching. You can start leading as soon as you make a solid connection. A strong rapport with someone indicates that you've already been successful. You can now go forward. You will be able to influence individuals as a result, altering their emotional states and how they approach certain challenges. For instance, if you want someone who is stressed out to be calm, you must first learn to cope with your own tension before starting to adopt a more relaxed outlook. You gradually start to speak more slowly, breathe deeply, and make softer motions. The other person will start to follow your lead toward a healthier, more enjoyable emotional state if you do it deftly and subtly. This is a fantastic tool that offers numerous options for efficient communication. Some people will assert that they prefer to be themselves and that they consider such behaviors to be unnatural. While rigorously following the same course of action can occasionally produce positive outcomes, the opposite is really much more often. You now possess knowledge that enables you to produce exceptional achievements in a variety of circumstances. Always keep in mind that there is a reason for everything you do with someone else. Different goals could include getting to know the other person, earning their trust, offering comfort, discussing differing opinions, and many others. Whatever your objective, rapport enables you to reach it via improving communication with others. It is lovely to create harmony and effective agreement, and it also has many advantages for both parties involved in touch. Chapter 15. Using metaphors to improve communication. This amazing linguistic arrangement is prevalent in all of our regular talks. In spoken language, we frequently employ up to 6 metaphors in a minute. Magical things begin to occur after you get the ability to recognize metaphors in other people's speech. Your ability to use metaphors in everyday speech opens you to a world of wonderful new opportunities, from influencing other people's perspectives or helping them with their issues to evoking laughter or inspiring them. In this chapter, I'll demonstrate how to use metaphors effectively in everyday conversations, coaching sessions, and even business disputes. Comparisons versus the logical mind. Consider your friend telling you, "My business is not taking off." They're referring to a particular incident or circumstance in their life, provided they're not a genuine pilot or airline owner. Maybe you could just ask, "What do you mean?" and dismiss the metaphor. However, using this precise metaphor in conjunction with receiving very clear information about how this problem is pictured in their minds results in a significantly better outcome. Why? Since this prevents their rationale from functioning, all of your efforts are wasted. In such a case, trying to argue with their logical thinking would be very pointless. Your acquaintance would find several valid reasons to back this metaphor while explaining to you what they meant when they said their business wasn't taking off, which could make them feel even worse. "Oh, how desperate I am! I can't even handle my own affairs." They would probably come up with fresh ones even if you were a master of rhetoric and refuted each of these self-deprecating arguments individually. More or less accurate, but for their logical mind, completely true. You can get past your listener's conscious mind and speak to their subconscious by using a metaphor yourself. Metaphors are made up instinctively, and they frequently have nothing to do with the actual problem they are meant to represent. This virtually eliminates the possibility of the so-called inner critic, internal voice, interfering and making this individual feel worse. A metaphor cannot be used to discuss anything. Inside the metaphor, move what is meant by moving across the metaphor. When a metaphor is used in this way, it is treated as if it were a regular, logical phrase rather than a figure of speech. Let's talk about it using our friend's business as an example of something not taking off. Knowing how helpful using a metaphor is most of the time, you may ask, are you sure that you accelerated your plane to the maximum speed before trying to take off? Or, how long is the airstrip? Instead of requesting a list of precise justifications for the failure to take off, you may also query the pilot. Have you read the right manual on how to fly this particular plane? Or, in that case, what can you do to make the engines run at top speed and finally take off? There are a lot of choices. You may even go farther and add, perhaps you should try taking off with a better, newer model plane. Or, jokingly, are you certain that you're in a plane? Perhaps it's just an odd car. Each of these metaphors offers various suggestions or challenges the listener to go further into a certain problem. You better refuel your aircraft the next time before attempting to take off, or ground control will be amused as you circle the runway once more. The most peculiar thing about metaphors is that they always have a meaningful and required meaning in the subconscious mind. It frequently occurs that two different persons will each use a similar metaphor to solve two distinct situations that have nothing in common. This imaginative linguistic pattern is beneficial in a variety of contexts due to its high flexibility. Perhaps this explains why it appears in so many religious texts and folktales. Our predecessors were aware of it, and it is incredibly beneficial to our minds. A friend and coworker once said to me, "I feel like my hands have been bound by a heavy rope for a very long time. Do you want to run all over the place and beg people to cut these ropes and free your hands? Or maybe you will finally pull yourself together, find a sharp hook, and tear them up to shreds?" I questioned him. Just slightly nodding, he replied, I definitely prefer to find the inner strength and opportunity to tear these cords up. I instantly understood who I was dealing with after this little exchange of ideas and how to inspire him to solve his challenges. Always remember that it pays to get along well with your conversation partner before you start using metaphors. The method for using metaphors in ordinary speech is relatively straightforward and consists of 2 steps. 1. Detailed description of a metaphor. 2. Looking for answers. In both phases, you stay on the metaphor's surface, rather than delving into its specific implications for the person you are speaking with. Let me use a situation Sue Knight wrote about in her book NLP at Work to further illustrate. She worked for a corporation where the CEOs frequently used the phrases "I was taking heavy fire" in their private chats. To take on the opposition. Aim in the proper location. It wasn't a good cognitive strategy in this case to see their business in this way. These CEOs were concentrating on their enemies and the war they imagined they were leading rather than how to enhance their business. Instead of focusing on coming up with fresh, original ideas to differentiate their company from the competition, they were squandering their energy on the ongoing preparation for the fight. I would ask them questions like, who is fighting with whom here? What are you fighting for? How will you know that you won the war? And similar ones, taking into consideration the 2 stages of dealing with metaphors. Knowing the answers, I'd suggest looking for explanations for some concepts that are still linked to war or battle metaphors. I could also offer broader suggestions like, wouldn't it be better if you buried the hatchet, or perhaps even joined your forces at some point? Or you will never build a great empire focusing on fighting all the time. Perhaps it would be preferable to concentrate entirely on team development. You can almost always be sure that the person you are speaking to will understand you if you use language like that to allude to a particular issue. To provide an effective metaphorical solution, you don't need to have in-depth knowledge or specialized abilities, because metaphors are typically straightforward. The list of additional metaphors that are frequently used in speech is provided below. Check out the list to make it easier to identify them in conversations. You can put what you learned in this chapter into practice by taking each of these into account. I've got a lot of weight on my shoulders. I have the impression that a tall, substantial wall stands in front of me. My wings were severed. I can't even speak. I am still standing here and am unable to move. The wavelengths on which we transmit are different. Like a ticking time bomb, he is. Where can this knowledge be used? To experiment with language and hone your linguistic abilities in any conversation, with anyone. Catch analogies. Modify them, look for answers, and make people laugh. People frequently use metaphors to describe their difficulties when you're trying to help them. Extend the metaphors they utilize and look for better solutions for them at the analogy level. When someone uses a metaphor to express some of their barriers or challenges, such as "it's out of my league," make reference to it without engaging in logical debate and open their eyes to new possibilities. A strong metaphor can be the key to understanding even the most challenging problems when you want to educate someone about something or open their eyes to something significant. Sometimes all it takes to make someone's mind click is to begin a sentence with the words. It's just as if. These are but a few examples of how to use operations at the metaphorical level. You will undoubtedly discover what is most helpful to you among the wide ocean of options. I urge you to begin learning about the realm of metaphors, since mastering this specific linguistic device in Talks elevates communication to a whole new level. Chapter 16. Metaprograms. Do you want to know the secret to unlock everyone's mind? Metaprograms are the various ways that various individuals filter incoming data. You can communicate with people much more successfully, and exert more of an influence on them if you are aware of the precise mental filters they employ. Everyone makes decisions, discovers solutions, analyzes what you say, or motivates themselves differently, as you already know from the book's opening chapters. By being able to notice these variations and distinguish between various metaprograms, you may modify your message and ensure that your interaction always achieves its intended aim. Every single second of our life, the human mind processes an incredible quantity of information. It must filter all the information and signals it gets in order to be able to function normally in this world, allowing some to pass while ignoring others. These filters of perception, metaprograms, determine how we form particular, unique thought patterns in our brains. By deciding which information will be admitted and which won't, they resemble club bouncers in a little way. According to neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, each person has their own set of metaprograms. Each person's filtering of the world results in a different map of reality. Metaprograms specify how every individual will act in a specific circumstance. The observation of a specific person's behavior and language use makes it simple to spot metaprograms. The capacity to recognize commonalities between various metaprograms opens up a world of communication possibilities, allowing you to make decisions, inspire others, and approach their particular issues with ease. Such information enables you to tailor your message for the recipient, having a considerably greater influence on their behavior. Joseph O'Connor states in his book Introducing NLP, a competent speaker crafts his message such that it suits the other person's reality. He speaks in a dialect that works with their metaprograms, reshaping the information beforehand so that they may readily understand it. I'll now demonstrate the most significant metaprograms. I'll go into great detail about each one so you know exactly what it is. I'll also demonstrate how to spot each metaprogram in the other person, and how to make wise use of this information. Inspiration. For this metaprogram alludes to a method of self-motivation. People with a 2 metaprogram are goal-oriented, whereas those with from pattern are problem avoidance-oriented. The former group is more likely to become motivated when they visualize a favorable outcome, something they can accomplish, or success they can obtain. They are drawn to the picture. On the other hand, individuals from metaprograms keep themselves motivated by always being aware of what could go wrong if they do not complete a specific activity. They force themselves away from the unpleasant pictures by utilizing fear as motivation. How are these metaprograms distinguishable? You can inquire as to why a person picked one line of employment over another when they have a day job, for instance. They will respond that either this work enables them to reach their goals and realize their ambitions, or that job provides them with a roof over their heads and enables them to pay their bills, depending on which pattern is more prevalent in them. Of course, that may not always be the case for people who have day jobs, because some of these dead-end jobs don't allow for any room for personal growth, and everyone knows it, but you get the idea. If the individual you are speaking to is unemployed yet, you can inquire as to why they chose one university, school, or faculty over another, why they carry out their work, etc. Additionally, this metaprogram's frequently used in casual, everyday interactions. When you become aware of this person's typical behavior pattern, it becomes much easier to influence and inspire them. Always use that person's metaprogram when attempting to influence them. In most situations, using punishment to try to encourage someone who has a strong desire for success and accomplishments will be counterproductive or even have the opposite impact. Conversely, If you try to utilize a reward to inspire someone who is always considering how to prevent failure, it could not work. Obviously, this rule cannot always and everywhere be observed, but if you keep in mind the matching of metaprograms, you may be confident that your message will always have the intended impact or come near to having it. Similarities. Differences. While people focused on differences primarily filter their reality by observing new, different, and various things, those who are similarly oriented will notice items similar to each other in a wide variety of circumstances. People in the first category typically dislike change and avoid cutting-edge ideas and new technologies. The second category of individuals enjoys progress, challenges, and changes. Do you notice any relationships between these three triangles? A person who is more focused on differences can react to the same question by stating that two triangles are the same while another is different. Upside down. A person who is more focused on similarities would likely state that these three triangles are all the same size and color. By presenting someone three coins with two displaying tails and one showing heads, you can give it a test run. People who have the metaprogram of similarity frequently utilize the words the same, similar, traditionally or commonly when speaking. Metaprograms of differences are used by people when they employ words like different, various, innovative, or as opposed to, assume for a moment that you are a car dealer. A customer approaches you searching for a new model even though they already own the exact one you're offering and only bought it 3 years ago. If this man concentrates on the similarities, it will be much simpler to persuade him to purchase the new model by informing him that it still upholds the same tradition, the very essence of this car, and all the advantages of its predecessors. But if they are concentrating on the differences, it would be preferable to say something like, "This model is completely new, has an innovative line, many revolutionary features, much better acceleration, and it's almost an entirely different car that looks similar." The two metaprograms mentioned above mostly deal with motivation. By adapting your message to your receiver, you may motivate and persuade people you are talking with much more effectively if you are fluent in observing them. Start paying closer attention to the people you observe and the people you hear during each interaction. You should be able to spot these trends right away. Even during the most common talk about the weather, it is frequently feasible to distinguish the metaprograms of the other participants. Your messages may be considerably more targeted when you understand how another person's mind processes information, which is the secret to successful persuasion and motivation. Options or procedures. People that are interested in options prefer to have the option of choosing. When people have a significant impact on the process of reaching their goals, they avoid using conventional schemes and feel much better. People who are process-focused tend to work in accordance with the completed procedure scheme or template without the desire to make their own decisions. They function best when their tasks are predetermined and they complete what needs to be done step by step. For instance, by following some type of written outline. People who are options-focused are frequently incredibly innovative. Employing people in roles where success depends only on obeying orders from superiors is not the best choice. Figuratively speaking, it is not worthwhile to engage individuals who are more concerned with following procedures when individual initiative and inventiveness are required. For instance, if you want to persuade someone who is just considering their options to do something, describe the variety of opportunities they will have in their new role. Show them the areas where they will have autonomy and the magnitude of their influence on the overall course of events. Demonstrate your ability to employ your own ideas. Inform the candidate you are interviewing who is procedure. Focused that they will be given all the specific operating instructions they require. Persuade them that everything will be provided clearly and simply, and all they need to do is follow the pre-written directions. General or detailed. People with general metaprograms like to view the overall subject or problem from a wider angle. When people can totally accept the idea, they feel pleased. However, those who are detail-oriented prefer to focus on the unique components of the whole. They pay close attention to the small print, to the particulars of issues and ideas. The former is frequently excellent planners. They can create a plan and a strategy for improved action since they have a thorough understanding of all the challenges. People who have a detailed metaprogram are more at ease performing jobs that require a series of distinct individual steps. They examine every assignment in detail, concentrating solely on one step at a time. Once more, learning this metaprogram by studying people's facial expressions is simple. Whenever they raise a topic, an issue, a problem, or an idea, pay close attention. Take note of whether they are discussing the specifics and parts of this issue, or if their attention is more on the general dissemination of the idea. How can you put this information to use? Assume for a moment that you sell bicycles. If your customer is just interested in the big picture, you can persuade them by highlighting the benefits of the bike as a whole. It will enable them to take lengthy and delightful excursions. They will feel fantastic riding this bike. It is comfy and durable, etc. You could claim that this bike has excellent brakes, handlebars, and a frame built of the best materials. Essentially, only the concrete stuff to someone with a detailed metaprogram. The external or internal authority. People who are drawn to external authority require other people's approval in order to make decisions. They frequently rely on the expert in the area. When faced with a choice, they consult with others to get their perspective before making their final choice. Those who are focused on internal authority rely solely and only on their personal opinions. They disregard other people's opinions, focusing mostly on their own judgments and priorities. They typically follow their instincts. People with a metaprogram of external authority require a guide who will help them and lead the path. Rarely can those on the opposing side accept leadership from someone else. How do you describe this metaprogram to someone else? The query, "How do you know you've done your job well?" can be the most beneficial one. Individuals who have internal power will claim that they gave it their own approval, whereas those who have external authority will mention that other individuals have confirmed their rating. When trying to persuade someone to do anything, mention how they will have your support or the support of others along the route, and that they can always turn to you for guidance and assistance. Internal authority figures can also be persuaded by emphasizing their independence and the impact their choices will have on the decision-making process, among other things. Me or others. The final metaprogram I'll discuss is related to a specific perspective on benefits. As opposed to those with the others metaprogram, who primarily consider what the benefits will be for other people, those with the me metaprogram typically concentrate on their own advantages. It is quite simple to identify this metaprogram. When you ask people what benefits are most important to them, you'll discover that some people tend to focus more on themselves or other people, such as their loved ones. A person with their attention on me will say things such as, "I want to be happy about it. I'm doing it for myself," or "I need this." Someone with others metaprograms will say, "I want other people to like it. I care about the opinion of my friends. My wife has to accept it." Or even, "I won't buy this product. I like it, but I'm concerned about the environment." Use the direction this individual is going once you've identified it to discuss either their own benefits or the benefits of other people in the area. Metaprograms are relatively simple to identify. All you need to do is ask the correct questions and pay close attention to the responses. These inquiries are usually unnecessary because common talks rapidly point to certain trends. Remember that generalizations are ultimately what metaprograms are all about. Obviously, just because you can spot certain metaprograms in someone doesn't guarantee they'll always act in that way. Different settings may cause metaprograms to evolve over time. Therefore, have an open mind and be watchful. When you learn, for instance, that someone close to you is detail-oriented, do not identify with one metaprogram. There may also be certain people who are only partially determined by one side of a certain metaprogram. They might be more fluctuating between the two, somewhere in the middle. Therefore, keep in mind to pay close attention to what the other person says at all times. Not only when you initially specify their metaprograms, don't categorize people. Instead, presume that they are utilizing the specific metaprogram at that time, which explains why and when you can apply it. Keep in mind that the secret to good communication is matching your message to the way that other people communicate while attempting to influence others. Respect their metaprograms as a result, and use this information to your advantage. This has the potential to be a very potent tool if utilized wisely. Practice determining what is most effective and where. Keep in mind that as you put this knowledge into practice, you will eventually become quite familiar with it and improve your communication skills. Chapter 17. Meta Model. A cornerstone of NLP's language component is the meta model. Understanding this idea will not only help you communicate with people more effectively, but it will also give you the ability to deal with your own beliefs. In order to help you get familiar with the most crucial language structures and questions that may be used to challenge limiting beliefs, both your own and those of the people you speak with, let me start by explaining the concept of the meta model and the presumptions that are constructed on its foundations. John Grinder and Richard Bandler are the authors of the meta model. They studied the behaviors of the top psychotherapists they knew for a few years. The language therapeutic model was developed by them based on the work of Fritz Perls, Virginia Satir, and Milton Erickson, and enables productive problem-solving during therapy. The structure of magic, which was also Richard Bandler's PhD thesis, contains a remarkably accurate depiction of the meta model. Great reading, indeed. It is worthwhile to spend some time being familiar with the ideas of deep structure and surface structure, which more simply describe how mental representations are formed, in order to comprehend what the meta model is. We gather raw material from the environment around us through our senses, including what we see, hear, feel, taste, and smell. This sensory data is all deeply structured. It is all of the information we receive from the outside world, unfiltered by our minds. We need to simplify the raw material in order to function in the environment around us, because if we didn't, we wouldn't be able to accept the entire. In addition to communicating our experiences, language also serves to depict them. We distinguish ourselves from other animals by using language to map out the world. The surface structure is our map of reality, which is a condensed form of raw experience. It's something we respond to every day. It's our opinions and assumptions about the world around us. Successful people, who generally have a good time, are able to directly draw inspiration from their surroundings. By not filtering their experiences through the lenses of what they should experience or what they anticipate experiencing, they do not taint them. Many individuals have preconceived notions about the movies they plan to attend at the theater. The trailer published evaluations, and the thoughts of their friends all served as the foundation for them. These filters cause them to view the movie differently than they would have if they had seen it without preconceptions. We view the world through the lens of a vast array of generalizations, distortions, and omissions on many different levels of our existence. A group of linguistic constructs known as the meta-model are mostly question-based. They are the reason we can access information that has been hidden. We keep this knowledge a secret so that we may converse with people more easily and share basic information. Unfortunately, it frequently causes issues because of how we respond to misconceptions that developed as a result of the construction of a general picture of reality. There are three basic processes that take place as you build a map of reality from the raw experience: removal or deletion, generalizations, and distortions. Because each of these procedures removes some information from our communication, it is more challenging for us to communicate and comprehend one another. A meta-model is employed in counseling or coaching to assist individuals with reliving the deep structure. That is a situation's whole explanation. In many cases, generalized thought patterns are the primary or even only cause of negative emotions. Deletions. Deletions are the skipping of facts that are pertinent in any specific circumstance. Simple deletion, using broad terms. I'm dissatisfied. What specifically made you unhappy? What took place? What did you anticipate? Removal of information is necessary when comparing ourselves to others in comparison. They perform better than I do. Particularly who? What do they excel in? How do they improve? The expression lacks a noun, which is the benchmark. No names of anyone engaged in the incident have been released. I was forewarned. You were threatened by who? Who gave you the heads up? Benchmark indefinite. A broad list of those participating was provided. They defrauded me. Who's defrauding you? In what way did they trick you? Verb not stated. The issue mentioned is not described. She's hurting me by doing this, I thought. What did she do exactly? What harm did she cause you? Distortions, altering the meaning of a specific circumstance or incident. Nominalization is the conversion of a verb to a noun, which boils down the entire action to a single thing or occurrence. I feel bad. How did you de-stress? Additionally, by asking this question, you take back control of the procedure. Cause-effect causes B. Justification of one condition by means of another, in which there is no direct cause and effect relationship. He doesn't care about me because he doesn't listen to me. Does he not ever hear you out? How do the two relate to one another? Do you always take his advice? Mind reading is the practice of informing your statements with assumptions and projections about the minds of others. She believes I am a hopeless case. Just how do you know that? What details does she provide about it? Complex equivalent, A equals B. When occurrence A ostensibly leads to event B, but only for that particular person because of their attitudes and beliefs. Christmas is hopeless without snow. What influences the other? When a claim is supported by an unnamed source, this is known as anonymous authority. We shouldn't discuss this. Whose opinion is that? Who said that? Generalizations. Generalizations of circumstances and phenomena based on a single or a small number of observations. Numerical expressions: always, all, everyone, no one, and none. All business owners have financial liquidity issues. Definitely everybody. Do you know everybody? Do you know every business person in the globe and in our nation? Modal operators include I must, I should, and I can't. I won't allow it to happen. What is the obstacle? What or who is preventing you? What will actually occur if you do it? Hidden assumptions are assumptions. Before you judge me, consider the kind of man you are personally. Where did you get the idea that I'm going to be judging you? The meta model has always been, in my opinion, one of the most crucial elements of NLP as a whole and the art of effective communication. I mastered it so thoroughly that it became a part of my unconscious mind, and I now utilize it effortlessly and spontaneously whenever I need it as a skill. Good inquiries start to flow naturally after a certain point. It is an excellent resource for coaching sessions. One of the main topics covered in the bulk of NLP training is the meta model. It's one of the most important ones, in my opinion. Meta model should be used sparingly and tactfully. Because not everyone is eager to uncover or accept flaws in their thinking, the constant asking of questions, even the right ones, may make your conversation partners uncomfortable. You should use the meta model to facilitate better communication. So be careful not to misuse it. You shouldn't question people. Always be mindful of your rapport with your interlocutor and gauge whether they are prepared for a talk, which can be therapeutic in some cases. With someone who wants to learn the meta model, you can practice it. Make a list of your own limiting beliefs and pose questions from this chapter to one another. By doing this, you'll become familiar with it quickly and be in a position to make intelligent question selections. Chapter 18. Cues from the eye. Do you know that an individual's eye movements can reveal whether they think through noises, visuals, or feelings? The model sensory predicates and eye-accessing cues describes how a person can access a certain kind of subconsciously stored information. This presumption was made by the NLP pioneers based on their understanding that the data pertaining to particular senses is stored in various parts of our brains. You might be able to tell what is going on in the other person's head rather well by looking at their eyes. Perhaps you've already noticed that while individuals are talking to you, they occasionally look in several different directions. You were probably persuaded that these glances were either chance or the result of something grabbing their attention. In some cases, this might be the case. However, in the majority of instances, this person likely made an effort to retrieve some information by rummaging through their memories, visualizing the scene, or even talking to themselves in their brains. People occasionally gaze up and to their left when they talk to you about their most recent summer travels. Such eye movements are typically automatic reflex actions that assist people remind themselves of things, like the appearance of the view from the top of the Eiffel Tower. Another time, someone searches to their left and down to try to what someone said. They are gaining access to data that has been saved as internal dialogue, which is just an oral memory. You can learn what is going on in the other person's head thanks to this understanding. Of course, you can't know for sure what this person is thinking, and it's not quite a mind-reading technique, but knowing if it is a picture, sound, or feeling opens up a lot of possibilities for you. How does it function? Our subconscious stores the vast bulk of the data we take in from the outside world. We must move the files from that database to our consciousness anytime we want to view it. Eye-access cues and sensory predicates provide information on how most people tend to look for this information. Although this is a generalization that does not apply to everyone in the world, it is astonishing how frequently this model accurately describes our experiences. Access to information is made either by taking a quick glance in a certain direction or by taking a lengthier look while considering the solution. It is important to keep in mind that looking in a specific direction is merely a subconscious way for the brain to access a particular memory. It is not a need. The diagram that follows illustrates the paths people take to find a specific kind of information and shows the directions they look. The diagram above is a generalization, as was already said. Thus, it is not always necessary to be that way. Even though the graphic indicates that a person is looking in the opposite direction, the sensory predicates and eye-accessing signals will typically remain constant and fixed for them. In order to recall noises, for instance, they could look to their left. As it is a fixed habit sort of process, individuals will probably look in the same direction the next time they need to obtain the same type of information. Left-handed people may also have different directions. Typically, what should be on the left will be on the right. Remember that nothing in interpersonal interactions may be taken for granted because the human brain is the most intricate device known to man. Always keep a close eye on the person you are speaking to. This model should not be used to detect lies, in my opinion. I encountered some NLP freaks who thought that if they asked someone, "What were you doing last week at this exact time?" and they paused to think about the response while looking to their right side and up, then they were lying because they were conjuring up an image rather than recalling it. However, this interpretation could not be accurate at all. Why? We sometimes use visuals to assist ourselves remember things that are hazy or fading in our recollections. When you ask someone to describe the voice of their best friend, they may initially look up to build the image of the friend before looking down to describe the voice. Even after rigorous CIA interrogation training, you can never be completely certain about your interpretation since there are so many different factors to take into account. Additionally, some individuals simply possess an exceptional talent for lying. Let's try out a quick experiment. I have prepared a few questions for you that will enable you to test this model on a different person because I anticipate that you will want to put it to use in practice. There are 3 questions for each symptom, each of which corresponds to a certain kind of data. In any event, if you are able to persuade someone to participate in this experiment, make sure not to discuss eye movements or anything else that is the actual focus of this so-called research with them. Simply state that you have few questions for them. Reminded the walls in your room are what color, right? What can you see outside your office window? What shade of t-shirt did you wear yesterday? Produced pictures pink polka dots on the wall. How would that appear in your room? What would the offspring of a tiger and an elephant look like? A red triangle contains a green square. Reminded sounds. When the door to your room slams, what noise does it make? What ringtone do you currently have on your phone? What does your best friend's voice sound like? What would a radio sound like underwater? What noise would a bird intoxicated make? How loud would 5,000 people be screaming simultaneously sound? Physical. Feelings. How does it feel to hold a snowball in your hand? What does it feel like to dip your hand into a hot bath? What sensation does sandpaper elicit? What do you tell yourself when something does not turn out the way you expected it to? When you speak to yourself, what voice tone do you use? In your thinking, be kind to yourself. Instead of asking yourself these questions, ask someone else because the subconscious is what causes us to look in a certain direction when accessing information. You will sabotage this natural process if you think about where you are looking while also asking yourself these questions. The best person to pose these questions to is someone who is not a police officer, special agent, psychotherapist, etc., is someone who is not experienced with NLP communication strategies. Do not reveal the purpose of this exercise to the subject until you have asked all the necessary questions. It's critical that you practice seeing even the slightest glances because they occasionally barely endure for a fraction of a second. You must pay close attention to what the other person is doing as you watch their face. It is worthwhile to ask someone more in-depth questions to make them think, especially if they respond to your inquiries without pausing to look in any other areas. For instance, what color were the walls painted before the last renovation? Or what color are the walls in the basement? Or what if this elephant-tiger-hamster hybrid also crossed with a tiger? What would it resemble? Have fun, play around with these questions a little. Asking more in-depth or esoteric inquiries can make your subject think harder, which will eventually produce eye movements. When I chose to test my model using this set of questions on a small group of individuals, it was successful in 5 of 8 situations. The outcome truly astonished me in a good way. Now that I've stopped asking people questions in the framework of the experiment and am just asking them in the course of normal discussions, I frequently observe how unconsciously their eyes escape when they are searching for solutions, and it mostly sticks to what you see above. Additionally, this little tip can be helpful. Understanding whether a person thinks with visuals, sounds, or feelings enables improved communication and the development of strong interpersonal relationships. Using the senses, for example, see, it's as clear as the summer sky. When referencing what someone said, use gestures. For example, when you were relaxing on that beautiful beach, did you? And point with your hand in the same location that person glanced at while reminiscing about their vacation? As a fun fact, sharing knowledge with others about the inner workings of the mind, find out for yourself by examining how frequently it actually operates. Use it as much as you can and think of other places where it can be helpful. You can view this video on YouTube as well. It's a really fantastic illustration of this automatic response. http://tineural.com/IQs. Chapter 19. How to predict future behaviors. I'm going to share one of my favorite techniques with you in this brief but helpful chapter. How to foretell someone's future behavior. It comes in quite handy in a variety of circumstances, including dating, business meetings, and job interviews. Have you ever been asked tedious or useless questions during a job interview, such as, "So tell me about your approach to work," or "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" However, since no one would say, "I don't give a crap about work and you know that. All I need is your money and my peace after 5. Or, in 5 years, I see myself chilling out in Tahiti with a drink in my hand," these questions typically don't make any sense and aren't posed by HR professionals who know what they're doing, nor by effective communicators. Don't just ask someone, "So, tell me how you deal with conflicts," because what you will receive is going to be a boring and worthless response that has been tailored to fit your preferences. Unfortunately, the genuine conflict will only show their true behavior. Do you wish to know what will probably influence your conduct in the future? The strongest predictor of the future is past behavior. If you are preparing to ask someone a question to find out how they will act in a range of situations, you are going to apply this straightforward procedure. You should start by asking them about a specific instance from the past. Then you want to find out how they initially responded to this circumstance. Finally, you should inquire as to how they handled the circumstance. For instance, you may ask, "Tell me about a time when you were involved in a dispute over a matter that was extremely important to you in the past. How did you respond to the disagreement? How did you approach its resolution? And how did you move past it?" When you pose questions in that manner, you compel people to take a moment to reflect on the particular issue they were involved in, how they responded, what actions they took, and how they ultimately resolved it. When a situation similar to that with you or in your organization, department, relationship, etc., comes, then is when you will actually learn what they are going to do. That will be a fantastic new skill to have with you throughout your life. For instance, you would know that your date has a short fuse and isn't really into long-term problem solving if she revealed that she had a conflict in her previous marriage, discovered that her husband was gambling, and that the first thing she did was apply for a divorce without even listening to what he had to say. If she learns something about you that she doesn't like, she'll probably ditch you right away. When she responds with something like, "Well, I went online, found a good family psychotherapist, and we went to our first meeting the very next day. You can tell she's proactive and interested in resolving disputes. This is applicable to a wide range of both professional and private circumstances. Therefore, avoid asking, "What would you do?" Or, "How did you get into?" Instead, use the following question structure to inquire about specific previous events. What happened? How did you react? How did you resolve it? Or, how did that turn out? You will feel like a sorcerer or an oracle after you implement this straightforward yet effective improvement in your communication. You'll be shocked to learn how frequently people act just as they did in the past. Chapter 20. How can I finally start remembering names? A remarkably undervalued talent and a requirement for anyone who wishes to communicate clearly and easily is the capacity to recall the names of people quickly and reliably. Making a great first impression and avoiding major problems after forgetting someone's name after 5 minutes of discussion are both made possible by remembering names. A while back, I struggled a lot with remembering names. Usually, after a few minutes, I forget the names of the 2 or 3 people that introduced themselves to me. I tried so hard to remember them, but they just disappeared so quickly. It frequently prevented me from creating a good first impression and succeeding in job interviews, the first days at a new school or university, in a new workplace, during business meetings, or even on nights out with friends when I wanted to meet new people. I found that this is a fairly common issue. Because he forgot her name and called her Jennifer, rather than Jessica after talking to her for an hour. My dear friend almost missed the opportunity to go on a date with the love of his life. She is a rather fiery and impetuous type of girl. Thus, it culminated in a painful but humorous, for us, not him, face slap. Fortunately, I was able to persuade her that he is a very good man who is just a little forgetful. I'm going to teach you a few tips so you may impress everyone with your excellent name recall and develop your social skills. One of the easiest ways to leave a lasting impression is to remember someone's name and use it in the initial few sentences of interactions. You might give someone you just met a sense of importance by addressing them by name. By doing this, it will be simple for you to start building a special relationship with that person. The sweetest and most significant sound in any language for most people is the sound of their own name. Dale Carnegie. How to do it is as follows. 1. Become dedicated. Make the decision right now to recall names whenever you meet someone new. Typically, we do not focus on someone's name while we are speaking to them for the first time. Usually, it actually vanishes from our minds in a couple of seconds. The decision to start recalling the names of people you meet is crucial for this reason. If you say to yourself, "I have such a bad memory for names," then you are incorrect and looking for an explanation. No such thing as having a poor recall for names exists. If you are unable to recall them, it indicates that you are making no effort to do so. Make the decision to start acting in this manner going forward. Every time you anticipate meeting someone new, think back to that undertaking. 2. Focus. Always keep this activity in mind when you are introducing someone to someone for the first time. You must pay attention to the here and now. Dispersion and a lack of concentrated concentration will only prevent you from recalling names. Pay close attention to what others say and how they introduce themselves. Additionally, pay attention to each person's appearance. Check out the features on their faces. To construct associations, which I'll explain in the 4th item, you'll need these specifics. 3. Continue. An easy technique to commit a name to memory is to repeat it. There are numerous methods to repeat names. For instance, utilizing the given name right away. Let's say someone approaches you and introduces himself as Adam, and you greet Adam by saying, "Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you." You might inquire, "Listen, Adam, you've got a really cool accent. Are you from?" After some time of conversation, repeating the name in your head is another technique to do it. In this instance, you mentally repeat Adam, Adam, Adam after Adam introduces himself. The third option is to immediately, once you have the chance, jot down this name on a piece of paper. Obviously, it depends on the specifics of the meeting, but you can always keep that name in your phone or another location. The act of writing it down can greatly improve your recall. 4. Establish associations. Create mental pictures every time you hear a new name that you associate with a thing or an occasion. Additionally, make the image lively, humorous, ludicrous, overdrawn, bright, and in motion. This will help you recall both the image and the name associated with it. A few instances. Caroline and you just met. Imagine her donning a lengthy, vibrant coral bead necklace. These corals are large, oddly shaped, and colorful. This necklace was purchased by her in South Carolina. Adam and you just met. Imagine him in a ladylike outfit. She is dressed in a long, lovely dress, and she is cooling herself by using the fan in her hand. You should address him as Madam now that's not Adam. Kenny. You just looked in your pockets and found no money. You ask Kenny if he will lend you a cent so you two can go get a nice cool beer. Anne. Think about Anne carrying a gun while sporting a police officer's uniform. A terrified robber is shackled to her wrist, and she is wearing a huge police cap on her head. The enormous gun of Anne. You can see that it's quite easy. Such amusing or stupid associations can be made by anyone in a matter of seconds. As you do this, give the mental image some time to develop. Now, if you need to remind yourself of a specific name, the association will pop into your head right away. Be aware that many names can conjure up certain associations. When you meet another Caroline, for instance, you won't have to develop a new image because you'll already know which one to use. I think this is a great idea, however. I didn't choose to do this too often because I find it fun to think of fresh ideas all the time. 5. Query again. Don't be scared to ask someone to repeat their name if you were unable to employ these methods or if you somehow managed to forget the name of someone you had just met. You may be sure that person will be delighted to give you their name once more. It's a much better option than allowing yourself to be in a scenario where you have to use a name for a few hours before you can recall it. Although all of these concepts can be used simultaneously, only one of the techniques, numbers 3 or 4, is typically required. Therefore, it is best to test each of them separately first. Find the strategy that works best for you and stick with it. Always remember new names, use associations as well as repetition. When I meet new individuals while we're still conversing, I try to remember their name and mention it frequently in conversation. As soon as we're done conversing and I get a moment to myself, I make a strange association in my head. Once you overcome the challenge of remembering names, you have one more thing to keep in mind. Employ these names. People need to see proof that you can recall their names. That's why you should include the person's name in your query when you ask them a question. Start a sentence by addressing them by name if you wish to resume a conversation after taking a break. This person will have a really nice experience when they hear their name and learn that you remember them despite the fact that you just met them. They will be really impressed by you, and your conversation will move to a whole new level. Chapter 21. 16 Tips for a Successful Public Presentation. One of the most sought-after abilities among those engaged in self-development is the capacity to perform in front of a larger audience. It's because we constantly perform, including at social gatherings with friends, business meetings, and training sessions, in addition to presentations and other formal settings. There are many strategies to differentiate your presentation and ensure that all listeners will remember it. I had the chance to make numerous mistakes in my HR and coaching professions, and I gained more from those mistakes than from any books I read. As a result, I was able to consistently improve my abilities and eventually reach the point where I'm able to impart to you the wisdom I have received from my own experience, enabling you to always achieve the objectives you have set for yourself when giving speeches and performances in front of an audience. Your objectives may alter depending on the situation in which you will apply this special skill and gain an advantage. Your goal may be to have everyone in a group of pals start laughing out loud. It may involve providing your audience with a clear, comprehensive view of your concept during a business presentation. It may be evoking a strong sense of curiosity during school or college speeches to ensure that the students and lecturers pay close attention to what you say. In other words, you'll be able to showcase yourself in the best possible light, showcasing your skills in an engaging manner while having fun with your audience. Here are 16 techniques for delivering a strong presentation. 1. Do not memorize the content. Rather, prepare it. It is preferable to choose the most significant bullet points for your presentation from a general outline of what you want to communicate. Make this sketch colorful, with underlines or drawings so you can quickly recall the points you need to cover in your speech. If you still forget them during your practice, leave the sheet lying around so you may glance at it and know exactly what to say. Avoid carrying papers in your hands during a presentation for 2 reasons. First, you are limiting your hand movement options and obstructing your hands. Second, you'll probably be staring at it constantly, ruining the impression that you prepared for the presentation thoroughly and with skill. Additionally, avoid memorizing the entire substance of your presentation or writing it down, because if you forget one word, the entire presentation will fall apart. Furthermore, everyone in the audience will hear that you memorized everything. More freedom will make your presentation seem more natural. 2. Overcome stage fear. You must understand from a way that mistakes will be made during your presentation. It's possible that you'll say something different than you meant to, or slightly alter a fact you utilized. It happens to everyone and is very natural. However, it's crucial to understand that there is a 99% probability that nobody will even notice it. No matter what abilities you now possess, you will likely sound far more knowledgeable than you believe. Before you begin, picture everything going well, the audience paying attention to what you have to say, and the enthusiastic applause at the conclusion. Do a few breathing exercises before you begin. Your presentation will be better the more you play. 3. If at all feasible, arrive significantly earlier, even before the audience, at the location of your presentation. If you can, arrange the chairs appropriately and assess your comfort level while standing in the spot where you will speak. Then, for a brief period, take part in the discussion by sitting in the front, side, and back of the room. Check to see if everything is visible from the viewpoint of a participant. Go back on stage and make the necessary adjustments based on this insight to ensure that the presentation runs as planned and smoothly. 4. Prior to entering the stage, quiet your mind. Stop focusing so intently on the subject. When I first began my journey into public speaking, I would look through the information I would be presenting up to a minute in advance. This prevented me from relaxing and wasn't certain that I remembered everything. I rapidly came to the conclusion that things went far more smoothly when I entirely let go of control a few minutes prior to the start of my speech and relied solely on my subconscious, In order to relax completely and feel chill, I also frequently meditate. When the event begins, I speak what comes to me, frequently in accordance with the original plan, but occasionally I say things that were utterly unanticipated. So altogether, it is better and easier. Before the presentation, let go and stop planning and practicing. 5. Maintain good posture. Put your weight evenly distributed between two legs while you stand erect. Keep your head held high so that your chin points outward. In this manner, you will project the image of a self-assured expert in the field. Additionally, practice your gestures. Use fluid movements to help your audience visualize what you're talking about when done properly. A whole other book might be written about gestures, but keep in mind that they should be calm, open, and fluid. Additionally, you should avoid gesturing with your hands too high above your chest. Some people may find high gestures to be overwhelming, unpleasant, or explicit, so it's better to keep your hands close to your body. Your nonverbal communication should be strong and convey important information through your body language. 6. Keep your expression in mind. Because of the so-called mirror neurons, you can elicit a great deal of enthusiasm in the audience by using this region of your body appropriately. Because of this, you should have a wide range of expressions on your face. Grin frequently, lift your brows, and use those that are appropriate for the topic you are discussing. Your presentation will gain depth and color as a result, and the audience will comprehend your points more clearly and quickly. 7. Voice modulation. When used appropriately, your vocal cords are a tool that can work marvels. To begin with, make sure your voice is clear. Remember to speak slowly so that people can follow you. The best course of action is to record your voice on a voice recorder, then listen to it repeatedly. It will help you see where you can make improvements to your speaking style. You must regularly alter your voice when performing in front of an audience in order to elicit various emotional states in your listeners. This will prevent them from becoming rapidly bored or distracted. You can start out speaking loudly and then, to pique their interest, switch to whispering. You can emphasize different portions of your speech or make people laugh by using varied vocal tones. You can utilize pauses to give them time to imagine what you're going to say. One of the most important aspects of public speaking is the voice. Therefore, practice it and experiment with it frequently to reach your objectives. 8. View others through your eyes. You can look each person in the eyes if there is a small gathering. If your group is larger, divide it into a few subgroups in your thoughts and switch your gaze between a few chosen group members, such that each member of the subgroup will think you're gazing at them individually. Jump from one person to another, giving each segment the same amount of your attention and gaze. Don't do it too quickly. Take approximately 3 seconds to look each person in the eyes. It could be difficult for you at first, but you'll grow used to it eventually. Your listeners will believe that you are speaking to them directly as a result of this. If you want people to pay attention, it's crucial. The fundamentals of strong performance are listed below. Work on each of these areas, increasing your knowledge and abilities. Apply them to your life as soon as you can, putting this advice into action. You may still have many unanswered questions, including how to increase your credibility as a speaker, how to incorporate sage advice into your speech, or how to inspire audience engagement. Below are the solutions to all of these queries. 9. Match the target audience. Take into account your audience before you begin your presentation. What kinds of people will you be dealing with? Will they be COs, nuns, students, merchants, or older or younger people? Consider the experiences, viewpoints, and principles that these persons may hold. You'll use different examples, tell different tales, and make reference to different values depending on who you're speaking to. Also, take into account the terminology they employ on a daily basis. Speaking to a group of friends will be very different than speaking to, say, a group of instructors, bankers, rappers, or merchants. By using their language, you may rapidly build a rapport with your audience, which will make them more likely to want to listen to you and feel a stronger connection to you. Amazing consequences result from the formation of such harmony, and the connections between the audience and the expert speaker are astounding. 10. Be inspirational. People won't need to pay attention to you without it. They need to understand how this information might benefit them. The ideal circumstance is when both intellectual and emotional motivation are present at the same time. You must explain to them what they stand to gain, what they can learn, how they can get better, etc. if they pay close attention to you at the outset of your lecture. If not, they won't experience the same need. Effective motivation building will pique their interest and keep it for the duration of your presentation. Additionally, explain why they require this expertise. This component places the material of your presentation in particular real-world situations. They might employ it to advance their professional careers, social connections, or even shopping. Always offer them a compelling reason to pay attention to you. Before presenting the prepared material, do it at the start of your presentation. 11. Cite your individual experiences. There are countless, varied life events that every one of us has had that can be used as examples in the presentation. Even the most commonplace experiences could qualify. Perhaps you once spent a long period stopped in traffic, which allowed you to notice an intriguing social phenomenon. Maybe as you were conversing with a friend, you noticed a peculiar trend in his conduct. Everything is worth sharing. Why? Because two crucial things occur when you talk about your experiences. First of all, the audience is aware that, in addition to the knowledge gained from books, you also have personal experience in the subject matter. You automatically gain credibility as an authority on the issue, which encourages people to pay closer attention to and trust your advice. Second, they see concrete evidence that what you're saying actually applies and has a context in reality, rather than being simply another dry, dull, theoretical idea. As a result, you are able to record all of the experiences you wish to impart and employ them in your performance. 12. Share tales. Not just those you find or hear about from someone else, but also those from your own life. You may elicit a range of emotions from your audience by using stories. Curiosity is one of the easiest emotions to promote. You will need to be in this condition the most during your presentation. If your audience is interested, they will pay close attention and want to know more. It's a good idea to include anecdotes that are somewhat relevant to the subject you are elaborating on, but they don't necessarily have to be. Even if the link is a little strained, you can explain what the tale has to do with your speech after you've told it. The story should arouse feelings in addition to serving as an example of your views. Play around with your voice and body language when delivering stories and learn the craft well. You can occasionally pause right before the moment of climax to pique their interest even more. After then, you can switch to talking about your speech's major subject while saving the story's resolution for later to keep the audience engaged. 13. Install positive ideas in your audience's minds regardless of whether your presentation's subject matter is a standard self-development one. They will take the majority of your presentation's advice for granted because they respect your authority. Consider using this to your advantage. What you say in your presentation defines it. You don't want to say things like, "I know you are already tired, but as this will make them feel more tired and they shouldn't be in this state when you are presenting. Instead, you may say, "How are you?" while grinning. This implicitly suggests that they are succeeding admirably. They won't likely suddenly start to jump for pleasure, but they will undoubtedly start to feel better. You could also mention how fascinating your presentation subject is. In contrast to a circumstance where you would say, "I know it's a bit boring, but," which would lose the interest of every listener, this works in your benefit. Pick the recommendations you use wisely. We virtually always make suggestions, but most of the time we don't even realize it. 14. Never cease honing your public speaking abilities. Of course, regular practice is the best strategy to increase leads quickly. If you do not have the option of regularly giving speeches in public, you can always pick up tips from other excellent orators. You can act like them by imitating their verbal and nonverbal cues in your performances. You can utilize YouTube to find renowned public performers and watch their videos repeatedly while paying close attention to what they're doing. Then you must see specific aspects of their style. Take note of their vocal technique and how it influences the emotions of the audience. What are they doing with their hands? And in what situations do they typically make these gestures? Pay close attention to what they say, the language they use, how they introduce themselves, and how they finish their performances. You ingrain the new skills into your brain by observing them so frequently. Step away from your computer and begin to practice speaking similarly to the person you have observed in order to help it develop. Try to mimic their speech patterns. Do this with various speakers to pick up new abilities. Once you've noticed all the patterns in one speaker's on-stage conduct, move on to the next speaker. No one will mistake you for a copycat because the new habits will mesh with your personality to give you a completely own feel and style. So don't worry, you won't be acting precisely like them. 15. Ask for opinions. Inquire from your audience about your presentation's strengths and areas for improvement. The participants should be approached individually, though you can also request an email from them with their feedback. This is the ideal approach to learning since it gives you a chance to view yourself from an entirely new angle. The audience picked up on details that you missed, and their feedback is the most important source of knowledge for honing your abilities. Ask for their honesty because it will benefit you more if they don't feel uncomfortable giving you feedback. If you can, use a video camera or even a voice recorder to capture your presentation. These resources are also excellent sources of knowledge. 16. A wonderful time. Because if you're having a good time, your viewers will be as well. It will help them remember your presentation for a very long period. So, try to laugh a lot, grin a lot, and play around with the whole thing. Discuss the topics that interest you the most. Talk just about the most intriguing aspects of the subject at hand, and come up with some entertaining examples, even if the presentation is on a dull subject. Be enthralled by what you have to say, and the audience will be as well. It's important to feel well during the presentation. Enjoy yourself when preparing for and giving a presentation. Practice time has come. Each of these ideas should be written down on a piece of paper as a single sentence so you can carry it with you. You will always be aware of what you wish to work with as a result of this. Naturally, don't employ all 16 techniques in your upcoming presentation. To be able to successfully apply them to your life as soon as possible, pick 3 or 4 elements and practice them before the presentation. Once you have success with those components, choose more strategies and begin to work on them as well. You'll improve as a public speaker over time, effortlessly achieving the objectives you set for your presentations. People will pay close attention to you and remember your talks for a very long time. Chapter 22. Develop a special personality for your business. Where are you at in your career? What designation do you think you possess? Whether you identify yourself as a salesperson, manager, accountant, or small business owner, you need to understand that these notions and identities all have distinct cognitive frameworks associated with them in the minds of other people. Consider developing a new personality that will be defining you in the way that you choose if you want to develop a strong personal brand based on your distinctive qualities and special skills. Consider the labels people use to identify themselves, such as manager, headhunter, trader, coach, and freelancer. Each of these ideas is connected to a specific kind of social anchor. Pinning such a predetermined emblem to your chest can occasionally be harmful because not all associations are advantageous. There are instances when a title's connections are favorable, and other times when they are not. Your title, current trends, and the people you are interacting with are all factors. Is it sufficient to create a standout personal brand in the marketplace? What about the fact that you will still identify yourself as a business coach, salesman, or tax lawyer when you meet someone new? Your title will be more or less accurately described in one of the mental filing cabinets in the mind of your conversation partner. Even if wearing a certain name on your badge makes you feel proud, it will prevent you from building a powerful brand based on your own personality. It can be very enlightening to become one of the many personal trainers, graphic designers, managers, doctors, IT engineers, salespeople, lawyers, headhunters, and so forth. However, if you want to advance, you must look beyond the confines of your name tags. Due to their established position in the minds of those you will communicate with, they are quite restrictive. Picture yourself being introduced to someone. They respond, "I inspire people and show them how they can live better every day," when you ask them what they do. When you respond like that, people are probably going to respond very differently than they would if you responded with, "I'm a personal trainer." By doing this, the person avoids being assigned a preconceived label and instead develops their own unique personal brand in the eyes of their audience. Useful? Oh, yes. I led a training for one of the many European cosmetics firms when I was an OR consultant. We came to the conclusion that calling oneself a beautician is a ruse that frequently makes it extremely difficult to flourish in that field. This identity was regarded as having only average knowledge, little power, and little experience in that particular nation. It had no effect on bringing in new clients. We thought about how to shed the beautician name while simultaneously developing a new corporate character. The new cognitive model was designed to convey extensive knowledge, strong authority, and a wealth of experience. It was crucial to specify how the company's employees would develop the brand new characteristics of their identity. The first step was to shed the beautician identity, both in clients' eyes and in workers' conversations with them. Then, a section of the training covered the method for adding new features to the customer's impression. Finally, we gave the new character the moniker XYZ Brand Specialist. When the staff introduced themselves as beauticians, they frequently missed the chance to forge an early, lasting friendship. It goes without saying that developing a new personality in business has some risk. If you don't do it consistently and actively, your new personality could not be as strong as one of the pre-existing job tags you could also adopt. Therefore, it is time well spent to keep in mind that you shouldn't choose a name that you can't really feel. Now close your eyes and imagine who you would be without official employment and labels that allow you to categorize people in the world by their line of work. In no more than 2 phrases, how would you sum up who you are in your work life? If an original solution pops into your head and you think, "That's it," excellent. Start utilizing it and observe the response it elicits. Even if your professional position has already given you the title of, say, manager, that does not mean you have to conduct yourself in that manner among other people. If you consistently act in this manner, other managers will lose track of your brand. You can arrange the work of highly driven individuals in order to make them function efficiently and successfully, even though you may be a manager in your professional hierarchy. Sounds much more fascinating and superior. Consider your pride in describing yourself to others as someone who is important before you do so. Are you a firm president or a director? Although it's incredibly amazing, does a label like that reveal anything about who you truly are? In my opinion, no. Develop your own brand by showcasing your goals, traits, and authentic self. I like to picture myself as a kind of roadmap for others who are trying to find their way. Other times, I picture myself as someone who motivates others and demonstrates that it is possible to lead a happy and meaningful life. I've recently gained a reputation as a creator who infuses people's lives with fresh concepts. Depending on what I am concentrating on right now, my personal brand changes. In light of what you do for a living, who do you think you are? What kind of identity can you create? After you've determined this, pay close attention to how people respond when you introduce yourself to them. You'll smile a lot as you watch the various responses they give. Conclusion. It is obvious that learning and mastering effective communication is the most crucial talent for all humans to possess. I sincerely hope that this book was able to inspire you and move you toward achieving this objective. Remember that the world's most effective communicators, such as historical, spiritual, and new movement leaders, powerful politicians and dictators, hero spies, top teachers, legendary seducers, well-loved celebrities, wealthy business people, good parents, well-known YouTubers, writers, journalists, psychotherapists, stand-up comedians, and actors. We're typically not just born with those skills. Like any other ability, communication can be learned. You can succeed if others can too. I hope your journey goes well and that you arrive as soon as possible. Remember, you are the average of the group you hang out with, so the sooner you begin interacting with others who share your desire for successful communication, the better. Find a Toastmasters or rhetoric organization in your area. Get some practice in front of a mirror and a camera. Read more books about body language and social psychology, and never stop learning. The grand prize is really worthwhile. I have faith in you